stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
India.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Namaste and a warm welcome on this Sunday, the 11th of July, to Healing Our Earth, where we've been going for many, many months. And our session again is on COVID, and a whole Sunday with some fantastic speakers. So wherever you're joining, a warm welcome to you. You may be, it may be evening for you, it may be morning, but wherever you are, I hope you're keeping safe and well. Now, as always, we start by wishing a prayer for well-being. Wherever you are, may you be well, may you be safe. We pray for your loved ones as well. Healing Our Earth is here to provide so many different programs for your entertainment, for your education, and we all join together. And because of you joining in every week, Healing Our Earth has continued. So as always, we invoke the higher within ourselves. And you may have met me before. My name is Dr. Milan Shah. I'm a UK-based NHS doctor, and I'll be with you for these next 2 or 3 hours as we have some fantastic guests who are going to be guiding us on their experiences of COVID, on vaccinations. Really interesting. So please do go to healingourEarth.com. But always as we chant, maybe invoke the higher. And for me, we always chant one Sanskrit prayer of peace. Shanti, invoking peace. May there be peace all around us. So those of you know, please chant along in your home and invoke that feeling within. If we have peace within ourselves, if we have love and kindness within ourselves, we can share it all around. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. May all be happy, may all be at peace. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. Sarve Santu Niramaya. Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu. Ma kaschit dukha bhag bhaved. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May all beings be happy. May all beings be healthy. May none suffer. Peace, peace be unto all. So a warm welcome to you. And just showing up, going to show you some slides of what's come up today. We can see already our first speaker is with us, Noshna's with us, and we'll introduce her in a moment. So let's have a look at what's coming up. So hopefully you can see the slides now. So this is our 84th event, I can't believe it. So please do go to healingourEarth.com and have a look. You can see all the past sessions. So you can see myself there. We're going to have Darshna, who's already online with us now, giving us an update on the vaccines and what's been happening. It's really important to be kept up to date. Sometimes we can think we're getting a bit blasé of what's going on. We have Ram Goyal, who's also online already, be coming up and telling us also of some life after COVID. We have Esther as well coming on a bit later on, talking about COVID in India as well. And then again, Sanjeev Patel is going to be back on talking really as a discussion and quite a long session for an hour with us, a whole discussion on long COVID, a way forward, etc. So that's the session that I'll be hosting with you. But actually, it's a mammoth, as always, a marathon session. Sheila will be on a bit later on, Sheila Dobby from America. And she has, as you can see here, Dr. Nandita Shah, Kim Engard, and also Chirag Pandya. So do have a look, and you can see the website there. You can see the also handles Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and also on WhatsApp. So Healing Our Earth is very much well connected. Please do go and search us and do connect, and do share with your friends that this is happening at the moment. We're in a stiff competition at the moment. So good luck to those tennis players at Wimbledon. And of course, I think there's some sort of match on this afternoon. There's may tell us. Someone's saying it's coming home, but do enjoy the football. We wish well. We're being in England. We're wishing England well. Maybe people joining from Italy as well. So we wish the Italians well as well. So healingourEarth.com. So do have a look. What is the mission statement? What is Healing Our Earth about? We to promote a happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by developing multicultural and online edutainment. What does that mean? Have a look at all the other sessions we've had online over this time. Last week we had vegan and vegetarian cooking. I should share with you one more slide. What's coming up? So just so you know what is coming up soon. So next week already, you think only this week hasn't started yet, but what are you telling you about next week? Next week, all you Bollywood fans, a whole session of singing along and having some Bollywood fun. And then the theme of Guru Purnima, the teacher of a teacher's day. So next week is Bollywood, the week after is Guru Purnima, celebrating the teacher. So without further ado, Darshna, warm welcome back to Healing Our Earth.
Thank you, and thanks for having me back. It's
Good.
lovely
Well,
to
said
come
Bollywood.
back
Maybe
again.
it's maybe a week too early. Maybe we need you on next week to do a few Bollywood numbers.
I'm not sure that's quite my theme, but I can vaccinate. I'm not sure about dancing necessarily.
Okay, I thought maybe while you're vaccinating, you'd be singing something like "Kuch Kuch Hota Hai" or something like that. But anyway,
I mean, we are known for so our vaccinators do have to do a good dance to attract the patients because there's so many of them. So there is a little bit of competitive, usually Saturday Night Fever style dancing.
Okay, yeah, I think those of you who are watching and around the world, I think they're one of the most happiest and inspired places are vaccination centers. You know, people are in a good mood, so do go, you know, and enjoy that experience. So, Darshan, I'm just going to say a few words about you, and then we've got some time together. We've got our next speaker, Ram Goyal's already with us, so if need be, we can always chip in together. So Darshna is the vaccine program director for the COVID vaccination centre at the Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Kingsbury in London, UK. And you can tell us, I think the site might be now sort of winding down, but the site is run by Harness Care Limited, which is a group of 20 GP practices, GP stands for general practice, working together to serve the population of Brent actually being an area close to Wembley Stadium. She's a GP pharmacist currently clinically deployed from her usual post of Deputy Head of Workforce Planning at Health Education England. And Darshna, as we know, speaks really passionately about the power of collaboration, communities coming together and talking about the true multidisciplinary nature of the centre. And she'll talk, we've talked already, been online a few times where we've seen various different staff members coming on and vaccinating. So those of you who've had your vaccine, you may not have had a doctor or even a nurse, but had various other trained professionals coming forward. And I think that can be just as inspiring. Darshna, how's it been?
I mean, it's been, you're absolutely right. We're winding down or have just finished winding down actually as we do this now. And so we've had a bit of a breather and some time to kind of soak it in and reflect on it and actually have a bit of a cry at kind of having to say goodbye to everyone as well. It's been incredible. I mean, it's been really an emotional roller coaster. You know, thinking back, because now we've kind of had time to think back to January when we first opened and what it felt like to be vaccinating the most clinically vulnerable, those who were shielding, who were elderly, and who were, you know, at a time where for about a year we hadn't seen people, we hadn't touched people, we hadn't come into contact with people. And then you open up this big vaccination centre and you're sending in your most vulnerable, and you know what that unease felt like as somebody running the centre and what that might have felt like, and you know what we heard from patients initially, like the kind of shock of it all, but also once you've had your vaccination, sitting there and listening to the feedback and watching the emotion in how momentous that moment was. It was the beginning of the end. And then fast forward to now when we're doing kind of under 30s and you know a much younger population, and so it's been a real privilege to see the journey and the span and kind of to be able to support such a wide range of people and actually go on that emotional journey with everyone together. And it's just, yeah, it's been incredibly rewarding.
Sure, yeah, I think it's been every age group, hasn't it? As you say, that beginning when obviously it was the elderly, the vulnerable, the distances coming in for a vaccination, etc., going then to the younger groups as well. What have you seen the differences? Interesting, when I've been vaccinating, we found sometimes the younger patients sometimes can be just as nervous, if not more.
Absolutely, and it's surprising actually. So I think that we didn't see the nervousness as much in terms of getting vaccinated in the elderly population. And you're kind of seeing more, I don't like the term, but you see more uncertainty. So I don't like to use the term vaccine hesitancy because it kind of puts the onus back on people, but you see that kind of nervousness, and understandably so. And actually I was looking at the Office of National Statistics numbers, and actually they're saying that the hesitancy is in the younger population, so the under 18s is where it's highest, and we're seeing declines in some of the other populations. So it's just really interesting that, you know, as much as we see, the more we see our friends and family, the more we see it and it becomes commonplace, the more we know about it, the more we learn about it, the more we feel reassured. And, I can imagine when they had the polio vaccine and various other, vaccines for other outbreaks over time, it might have felt like a similar journey.
For sure, I can imagine that initially that hesitancy would have been there. What we noticed actually was that the older population, or those who first had it, were just, I think, desperate to have it, really. And
Yes.
at that time, it was clear. Obviously, there were still questions as well to have, to whether to have it or not. And I think in the younger population as well, maybe you've not been ill before, not even had any other injections as well, or really had to have any interaction with healthcare. So that can also have its own.
Absolutely. And actually, some of the logistics is, how do you contact people who've never been to their GP? You don't have their phone numbers and things like that. And actually, so we've seen lots more walk-in centres, for example, open up around the UK, and I think that attracts people who are much more spontaneously, or we're out and we'll go and get our jab, and it feels a bit more tailored to kind of how we would engage with other services in today's life. You might hop on a train without necessarily having to plan it. Well, I think it was a similar thing, for a lot of the younger population. It was the opportunity to just go when it was convenient and where it was convenient.
Quite. So we have to adjust to that population. So let's explore now what's happening. So you said you're sort of winding down. Are you still giving vaccines at the moment? Is it now stopped, or?
We have actually wound down and closed the centre. So we packed up, and there are still people wanting vaccine, which is a really positive sign. And we're able to support and redirect them to the centres that are open, especially now that you kind of can access any site, any pharmacy, any GP surgery near you. You don't necessarily have to go to a specific centre, and I think the way that the systems are changing in the UK is really positive, and kind of like we talked about, is adapting to the needs of people. But as far as we're concerned, we have packed up, wound down, given the last of our jabs, tidied up, and actually was really emotional. Not so much as saying goodbye to all the staff, but actually I think when it really hit me, because you're so in go mode, and you're just doing and trying to operationalize things and go to a plan, and it was when the hall was empty and I sat and I looked at it and kind of went, oh, this is what it looked like 6 months ago before we'd used it, and just, this is a sports hall or a multifunction hall, and it's had weddings and it's had badminton and football, but actually what a momentous thing to have taken place in that space. And actually we'd given 40,000 vaccines by that point as well, and it just was a really emotional time. It was an emotional time, and it wasn't just the numbers, it was the fact that we were able to help some of the most vulnerable. So just before our final clinic, we did a clinic for anyone who was unregistered, so anyone who didn't have a GP, who wasn't able to access a vaccine. And actually that's one of the most memorable clinics for me, and it was probably one of the most memorable clinics for everyone who was there as well. It was just this real sense of gratitude and joy and positivity, and it was everything the NHS is built around. It was care for all, which is free at the point of need, and I think that's what was a lasting memory for me.
Yeah, I think sort of connecting with that very vulnerable group as well. It just, I think it really touches the heart of people as well, that you said you're either homeless, etc. And also seeing the space, because obviously yours was in a mandir as well. So what was that experience like? I guess I know the mandir was separate and you had this sort of hall as well to use. Where did you store your vaccines? Did you have you had fridges brought in, etc.? And
yeah, so we had big deliveries of fridges and pallets and things that didn't fit through doors, and there were lots of logistics to work through, which was always entertaining. But I think it was just a lovely site, particularly at the beginning when there was lots of nervousness. And we had questions around fertility issues, for example. Actually, it was really reassuring that it wasn't in a clinical building. It was at a place of faith, and it was in a centre where I could say, actually, why would I give the vaccine to all of my community and to myself and cause infertility? It just doesn't make sense. there was something that was really reassuring and had this universal message. So it wasn't about whether you were a Hindu or not necessarily. You know, that message and that conversation I had with a Jehovah's Witness, for example, who'd kind of secretly turned up because she couldn't tell her friends about having the vaccination, but actually really wanted to for herself. And so it was those kind of conversations where I think actually being on a mandir site, having the temple volunteers, having the volunteers of the local community around us was just really powerful. And it spoke beyond anything, you know, any media story could say, because you're seeing it for yourself, you're feeling it for yourself. And I think that was a really good message. And actually, I'd love to say thank you to everyone, all of those volunteers and everyone who's made it possible, because running a site like that is just not possible without that support. And if it's okay, Milan, I'd love to show a little video, which is just a little thank you and a little summary of kind of our first vaccine delivery to our last
Please do, that would be,
clinic.
It'd be excellent. So yeah, please do get the video. It'd be really nice to see, because there's nothing like images to see how it's been.
Yeah, me explaining it is not as good as you seeing everyone doing it. So let me just see if I can share this.
Yeah, hopefully the technology's there. You can you can share screen. Brilliant. Yeah, you can see your screen sharing.
Can you hear?
Not yet. It just says you've started screen sharing. So you may need to share it with sound. So
I might have to share the sound, just bear with me.
Yeah, so there is usually a button to say share sound. So yeah, have another go. Perfect, yeah, we're through.
You make me so proud. This probably is the first London, the first temple in the world where the vaccine's been administered.
So yeah, it's just actually watching it back is quite emotional. But like I said, you know, something like that just couldn't happen without the support of that wonderful team and everybody who came in and did their part. And actually, I just want to say a thank you to everyone around the world, whether you've done, you know, you've done a voluntary session, you've been vaccinating, you've been doing admin. We wouldn't be able to get out of this without everything that everyone has done. And even if it is just that you've done your part and you've gotten your vaccine, you know, it is everything that anyone could ask for.
Exactly. It makes you feel that you're connected, you're doing something, and it, even by volunteering, it's been a huge service. And sometimes the volunteers actually make it make that difference between sort of a joyful experience or not. And I think all the volunteers, wherever we've been, have been really upbeat. And that was a great video. And you can see, you know, obviously you have the celebrities who come along, etc. But otherwise, actually, it's the everyday volunteers who are there when you've got someone who's a bit scared, who just puts them at ease and cheerful, is crucial, really.
Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely that. And actually, as you said, you know, I'm passionate about the workforce, and we had people who were on furlough, people who had lost their jobs through this, and actually, two of them we have now recruited into general practice after having trained them up. And they, you know, they didn't work in healthcare at all before. One worked in a bank, and one worked in social services, and we've got a teacher as well who said, actually, I'm really inspired by this. I want to become a nursing associate, and I want to go along that apprenticeship route and train to work in the NHS. But in the meantime, I want to work in general practice. And it's stories like that that are just, you know, more powerful than the celebrities, more powerful than the numbers. And yes, we're vaccinated, but, you know, there's a real help to people and the individuals who've been part of this as well.
Quite. So that, as you say, and you said it before in a previous interview, you know, the connections made, we've now got some systems in place, or connections that, you know, if everything happens again. So stay with us, actually, because I've got you know, our next speakers with us as well. Ram, we can bring Ram in a moment as well. And I know, Darshana, you mean to dash off in a bit, but would like to come back and ask you also about boosters, if you've got any information yet, or what's happening on that side, whether you might reopen again come autumn. But that was great to hear, because we need every member of staff in general practice, as I can say, because at the moment, I think primary care particularly is absolutely heaving. And again, the public may not be aware of how hard the doctors and nurses and pharmacists are working behind the scenes, especially in general practice, because they're feeling, patients may be feeling, we can't get an appointment, we can't get to see, what are these guys doing? And if we tell you that most of us are working till 10, 11 at night just to keep up with the increased demand, because things have changed, the NHS have changed, hospitals have closed down a bit. It's hard sometimes to even get into sort of a hospital clinic. And where does a patient go? Often is calling their pharmacist or calling their GP. And, you know, well, we can talk about that for a long time. I'm sure, Darshana, you've got that experience as well. To give you an example, the practice where I work at, on a busy Monday morning, on a busy day, we'd get 500 calls. That was pre-COVID. Now, every day we're getting 750 calls to our practice. That's every single day. So with no extra sort of capacity except to try and keep it going. So it has been really hectic. But Ram, you're there. And namaste, Ram. I will be introducing you in a moment. But I know you've been listening in. I don't know if you've got any reflections on your vaccine experience. And without letting it cat out of the bag, Ram is actually going for his vaccine today.
Second vaccine.
Second vaccine, I was going to say, yes.
No, I mean, I think Darshana's presentation was fabulous. How do you follow that? Her passion shines through in terms of what she did. And as you said, everybody contributed, even if it meant just stay at home. You know, it was simple as that. Is everybody could get involved, and you know, it's been fantastic. And like Darshana said, is thank you to everybody who's been involved in this, because it is uncharted territory. Nobody knew what they were doing to a degree, but everybody pulled together, and I think we see the best of people in these difficult times.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's that feeling sometimes of helplessness, really, is what can I do? If remember when we first started, this was pre-vaccination last year. Remember, people were like, what can I do? And you had the clapping for the NHS, you had the people cooking meals going around. At that time, actually, I think some hospital workers had more food than they could handle. They were like, okay, we've got all these things. And then the real second wave hit in November, when but people were looking to things to do as well. And I think in that sense, the vaccination program, the volunteers who felt that they were useful, especially when if they had not, you know, been furloughed from their work, or had been made redundant, or whatever it might be. And I think that sense of volunteering has come forth again, as we'll see. It's such an, and when do go back, those of you are watching, do go back and look at previous episodes. I'm reminded of Darshana, our previous session we did on COVID, where we had a lot of volunteer organizations. I'm remembering one called Go Dharmic, and that joy of volunteering, that joy of in Sanskrit we call it seva, obviously seva, service, and it brings out the best in us.
Absolutely.
So Darshana, before then, I think it may be time for you to sort of, I mean, you're welcome to stay on, but I know we'd want to bring Ram in and speak to him as well before he dashes off as well for the second jab. Darshana, are you thinking about reopening? Is there any plans for boosters? I know in UK, there's a current, obviously there's even an ethical a moral discussion. Look, there are places in the world who have had access to even the first vaccine, and we're talking in developed countries about having boosters. And there is even a discussion: is that ethically correct? I don't know what's been discussed in your circles.
I think at the moment there's no kind of firm plans either way as to whether Harness will be running the part of the booster program. They may well be, and may well be that some of the general practices start getting involved as well, because things are changing and there's some contracts out to pharmacy as well. But I think it's right to vaccinate our most vulnerable, but equally, I think there are decisions to be made higher up in the chain about how we support internationally some of those colleagues. And I think from my experience, I've had several people approach me from other countries as well to ask about how we've run the centre and things that we've done. And as an individual, as a small soldier in the system, I guess the thing that I can do is share my experience, share that learning. And even in my substantive role at Health Education England, they produce all of the resources around COVID training and how you rapidly train up staff using some of those resources, and actually those have been accessed internationally as well. And so I suppose that's my small contribution, because I can't control the powers that be, and I agree that we do need to think globally about this. We've seen the devastation across India. And, I don't imagine there's not many of us who haven't been affected or impacted by that. And that's just one example. We saw similar things happening in Brazil just before. And I think, this is a humankind issue. And if ever there's been anything that's shown us that now is the time, if we don't look after all of us, we are looking after none of us. COVID has shown us that. It doesn't matter your race, your creed, your color, your nationality. We all bleed red. We are fundamentally the same. And actually, it doesn't matter how much wealth you've got. And I think I've spoken about this before, so I don't want to kind of stomp over old ground. And I will keep talking if you let me. But this is I think is one of the positives of COVID, and certainly it highlighted it to me that we are all one and it doesn't matter, and actually we can come together and work together. So let that be the blueprint for the future.
Excellent. And I think that's a really good sort of parting note, really, of wherever you are, whoever's listening in, do connect with whoever you can, whether it be a local organization or just, as you say, just following those guidelines, but reaching out. And I think maybe we can explore that with Ram as well, depending on what Ram wants to explore with us, that feeling of life beyond COVID, new opportunities, etc. So it'd be really interesting to take that conversation forward, because I know there's still people who had their vaccines. So many of my patients, I was just talking to a lady yesterday, she goes, I've had both my vaccines, I've not stepped out of the house for a year. She's an Iranian lady, Middle Eastern lady who I look after, and she's got a lot of other conditions, but she goes, I've not seen any family members. She goes, I'm just too scared, but I've been working with her to try and at least get out. So Darshana, so last parting messages, what would you say are your two or three key learning points from running a vaccination center? If, let's say, you had to speak to someone else who's going to now start, they say, Darshana, I'm going to start a vaccination center tomorrow. What would you say are your learning points? What are the key messages that you'd say, if I knew that from 5 months ago, that's your wisdom?
I think my real passion is around understanding the skills and the value that people can bring. So don't think of them as being in a box of nurse or pharmacist or non-healthcare worker. If anything, we learned from our vaccination centre, and I've spoken to colleagues at the Nightingale and various other local centres, it's been the same. This is not about putting people in boxes, it's about seeing beyond those boxes. And actually, I have to really thank my colleague, Dr. Sachin Patel, who is one of our local GPs, and it brought me into this and actually treated me as a peer and gave me the opportunity to do this, and didn't see me as a pigeonhole in a box. You should be doing the pharmacy and the drugs bit. And I think, we took that forward and we instilled that in loads of our medical students who were there. So actually this is, the future of the healthcare workforce, to try and break down some of those professional barriers and silos, because actually what you can achieve together is greater than the sum of its parts.
Brilliant, really good messages, and without doubt that we're not sort of pigeonholed in doing one thing. And who had known we've become internet hosts. I never thought that would be one of our internet speakers. We never thought we'd be doing that 1 year ago. And who knows, a Bollywood singer next week. So Darshana, I'll hold you to that. Maybe you and I will we'll do a vaccine song together or something. So
that sounds good. Singing is my bag.
good.
Thank you, Milind.
Darshana, namaste. Thank you so much for coming on a few times with us and sharing that video. And do tell us, it'd be nice to see that, share that video. You can share it with the Healing Our Earth team, and maybe they can post it on their site, on our site. It'd be nice for people to see. Namaste.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Milind. Namaste.
Good. So those of you who are watching, wherever you are, do just share with your friends, ping them a WhatsApp or a Facebook, tell them that healingourEarth.com is live at the moment. You can rewind, you can go back, you can watch it later on. We have hundreds, thousands of people watching when we come on live throughout the world. So do look, we can go live on Facebook and all our other media partners. So this broadcast is broadcast actually on other media channels as well, if you have a look on our website. So our next guest is with us and has been waiting patiently. Ram, namaste and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Namaste.
Good. And so for those, for the audience, I'm just going to say a few words about you that we have, and we can carry on. So Ram's going to speak a little bit. Really, he was the managing director for Hallmark Care Homes prior to actually contracting COVID himself. And one of the biggest changes he brought about in his life was actually stepping away from this work. So it'll be interesting, Ram, to share that journey with us. He thoroughly enjoyed his role as an MD, as a managing director. However, there were also many other things he wanted to do and pursue. So today he will talk about life after COVID and what he plans to do in the future and how he can help society. Really exciting. Namaste and welcome. And I know you've got you'll have to dash off at due course, so we're guided by you.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to first of all share with you the journey from, because obviously with running a care business, we were obviously at the forefront of all of the challenges that the sector faced. And I think it was about March 2000, I think it was, that COVID started to hit. And it was almost like an invisible enemy that you couldn't really understand what was happening. And so we were at the forefront of it, working from home a lot of the time, conference calls every day. It was a very challenging time. And I think, as Darshana said, the credit goes to the teams, because we had no idea. We heard of stories from Spain where abandoned care homes or centers where people were left to their own devices. But our teams within the homes rose to that challenge, and people worked 24 hours, 48 hours. People camped within care homes, slept overnight. I think people really did whatever was necessary to take care of the elderly. And so, a real credit to the care home sector and the NHS for pulling together to deal with something that was so unknown and so difficult.
Yeah, I think it's really good to remind, because I think our memories with the current media, you forget things after a week or two, and to go back to that time and actually how challenging and frightening it was really at that time, especially in care homes, and literally just knowing what to do. Things were closed up and trying to work remotely. And we know, especially from any culture, but particularly Indian culture, we know we try and look after our elders, particularly this is someone's mum, this is someone's grandma, this is someone's grandfather or whatever. We were seeing some really challenging times. So our hats off really to the care home sector at that time. And I think there were, it was hard at that time. You're left sometimes to your own, even with NHS guidelines, but still coming out and knowing what to do, testing and not testing. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well at the time, especially I remember the bank holiday, Easter bank holiday weekend in March, April 2020. Yeah. It was probably the most difficult time, and that memories will stay with me. We had conference calls every morning, and we had no idea what was going to be announced the next day, how each of the homes was going to be impacted. And obviously I spoke to the homes on an individual basis, and they were losing loved ones, people they cared for a long time, for years. And, they were used to losing people, obviously, but not at the rate that we were losing them. And, one maybe bereavement every month or so. It was really hard for the teams and for their own mental well-being. And we've done a lot of work around that. So, yeah, that was the first wave. And the second wave, unfortunately, who would have known I would be part of that second wave? And I actually contracted COVID just before Christmas, must have been about the 22nd, 23rd of December. before the break, and I think I started to go into the office, and unfortunately somebody brought COVID into the office, and even though we only had about 5 people that were working in the office out of 30 people, unfortunately most of the people, that 4 or 5, got COVID. And initially it was, well, temperature, we'll be out of this in a few days. You hear all the stories. So one of the things I learned through the process myself was get advice, get proper help, because sometimes you hear of other people getting through this, and it's just very, they come out and they tell their stories. But I mean, it wasn't until my nephew was a GP, and then he came round, I think it was on the 10th of January, and he said, I didn't realize how bad you was, because I was struggling to walk to the front door. My breathlessness had increased, and my saturation was dropping to sort of the early 90s. And luckily, and the thing was, at the time, you heard stories about the hospitals are overrun, it was chaos and everything else, and it couldn't have been further from the truth. They were really well organized. I arrived at the hospital, I did a chest x-ray, did a blood test. Within about 3 or 4 hours, I had a bed, and I was well looked after. Really, the team at the hospital, the staff, couldn't be more caring and more organized. So there was a lot of misunderstanding, misperception of hospitals and people showing only intensive care, because obviously there were a lot of people in intensive care on ventilators and everything else. So I think, I think one of the things I learned from that was get the best medical advice you can. Don't just rely on other people's opinions and what they've been through, because every person's story is very different. So yeah, I was in hospital for 4 days. I had oxygen for a couple of days, and then luckily with the steroids and things started to turn, and then I came out of hospital. So for about a couple of months, really, I was out of action from the care home side. My role as MD, the 3 brothers, my younger brother took over, and luckily it was very seamless. He'd been involved in the business already, and we had a great team around us to take care of the gap. So yeah, it was then really started to think about what now, even though I'd really thoroughly enjoyed my role as MD, and I really enjoyed working with the teams, is what bigger difference can I make? And what is it left for me? I was 59 years old, I'm 60 next year. What more do I want from my life? And I started doing some charitable stuff already. And you mentioned earlier on Godharmik. I'd met through this journey Hemal, who I'd started to interact with and started to support. And I started to see what else could I do in that time, in the time that I had left. And luckily, coming out of COVID and surviving COVID, I thought, it's almost like a second life, a second chance. And so that was a time to reflect and to rethink what that journey looked like for me.
So I can imagine, look, first, there's so many points to unpick there. First was obviously contracting the COVID, thinking, gosh, shall I just stay at home? And then luckily you did get prompted, and you went and you got assessed, you got admitted. And luckily it was a very, it will be stressful, but the hospital was able to look after you, and it wasn't sort of you're left sort of in a car park or something.
Yeah.
Then it was sort of coming home. So what were your thoughts then? I guess there's a part of you, because you've been doing this work, you've been an MD, you've been a leader, etc. And there's part of you thinking, well, I just need to get back into that. It seems luckily, obviously, you've got a family business to some degree with people to. And is it one home or a few homes you run, or?
Yeah, we've got 19 care homes, and we've got 3 under construction, so it's quite a substantial business. We employ about 2,500 people.
Right,
and I
right.
think in a way that made it easier because there was a whole team around me, and also, there's an opportunity, because I think life takes over. And whilst obviously it's a great thing to do, and it's a great way to pay back, and I'm still involved as a shareholder and the director of the company. But one of the things I wanted to do more of was to think about. And at the time, also my wife had COVID as well, so that was really horrible time for her to be on her own at home when I was in hospital. My children were like coming to the door. They wanted to come in and spend, to look after my wife and their mum. But she said, look, no, this is too serious for you to come in. I'll manage. And it was a very, very difficult time for all of us. And I think even you don't really sort of reflect on it at the time. And I think more recently, we started, 6 months on, we reflected more, and we shared our experiences, and and the children shared their experiences, and it was interesting to see what journey they'd been through, and everybody pulled together and was strong for each other. But it was a harrowing experience, and I guess when you read numbers, even now with the lower level of deaths and hospital admissions, each person has a story to tell, and every person has gone through that journey, and it's a frightening journey. But I think I suppose the other side of it is take something positive, as Darshan said. There's lots of positives we can take away, and while I wouldn't wish this on your worst enemy, but there's things that you can learn and to change how you look at life and the difference that you can make.
So what was your inner conversation as you're lying there and in the weeks coming by? Were you saying to yourself, right, if when I get out of this, I'm going to be a changed person? This is now a new chapter. Were there fears about? I mean, be very frank. You worry that you may not even get through this, or that all those very sort of fears, or your children may have felt that we may be our mum or dad may not be with us, or they may be very all those very scary things that people find very hard to talk about, really.
Yeah, at the beginning, I think it wasn't so scary because you just heard people getting through it, and then when you got sort of hospital admissions and going into hospital, you go through this internal dialogue of why me? I'm a good guy, I've worked hard, and all of those conversations, and then after a little while, you think, well, this is getting boring now. So let's just move on, and what can I do, even if it's a short period of time? What difference can I make, and how do I communicate? And I think I'd lost my sister about nearly 30 years ago now, and we'd gone through this tea and sympathy sort of conversations at the time, and I promised myself we wouldn't do that again. So I think it was more around what can I do, how am I going to get through this, and what the changes are going to be. So one of the things we've made a decision is to step down into the day-to-day responsibility of the MD role, which was going to be better for me to recover anyway, because even 6 months on, I'm still recovering. I've got long COVID, I had COVID pneumonia, and so I didn't want to also take that pressure as well a little bit, and to recover. So yeah, there was one of my slogans was live rich and die poor. And so I wanted to make sure I'd use my resources, which I'd built over my lifetime. But, again, life takes over, and, whilst you have good intentions, it was still very gradual. So I wanted to almost kickstart that process again, and to make sure that I lived into that. And obviously at the moment can't travel, but once we get back into that traveling mode, we'll get back into traveling to India, some of the charities we're doing there, helping some of the charities here, especially Dharmic got really involved with those guys helping feed some of the students that were struggling in the UK, and lots of the other projects. So yeah, and one of the other things I've been thinking about was we wanted to open a cafe for loneliness, because one of the things that the Alzheimer's Society came out with these statistics of 1 million people are lonely, and I'm thinking that's an oxymoron. 1 million people shouldn't be lonely. So what it is a matter of bringing people together. So one of the things that I'd been toying with, the idea of opening cafes where we facilitated conversations, people came together, we had volunteers, we had played board games, we played all sorts of different things, had lectures on mindfulness, yoga. And so we've actually got the first of those opening in the new year. We've got the facilities, 2 units, one in Billericay, one in Brentwood. So if anybody wants to get involved, more than happy. So it's a social experiment of that, and a lot of my family is also vegan, so I wanted to promote veganism and the pay it forward concept. So at the end of that journey with us in the cafe, people will get a bill saying somebody paid for your meal, and you can pay it forward to somebody else. So a very different experience, and I wanted to create that different experience because I think there are 99% of people are genuinely caring and really loving, and there's only 1%, possibly even less, that are not. But our experience and our fears are from that 1%, and I want to bring people together so that they can, there's joy. And I think we've got Shalaji on the listening to this, and this is one of our charities in India called Mother Miracle. She runs a school in India, and I got involved with that. So there's lots of things that I want to do in the time that I've got left, and that's been a real momentous, I wouldn't say complete change in direction, but an acceleration in terms of what I can do and make that happen.
Quite. So this event was, as you say, a kickstart. So they were there in seed form, and without that they need to sprout forward, and we know whether from a spiritual point of view, when it's meant to happen, it's meant to happen. And you say you're still relatively young, being a medic myself, I can tell you're still hopefully got many years ahead of you. No doubt you mentioned a few things there. You're struggling still with some sort of long COVID symptoms. It's not as if you're suddenly running around full speed, but certainly, and actually in a few speakers' time, Sanjeev will talk a bit more about long COVID, those who don't know as much. But it seems like this has been a new start, and you've told us a bit about the charities as well now. So what was your feeling that I want to financially contribute, I want to sort of be, innovate and do that? You've given this example of the Loneliness Cafe, which I thought was what a cafe, so people can come and just essentially make friends or talk to people.
Yeah, I think what I saw was, people would go to Waitrose, sit there and read the paper on their own, and they're looking around for company. Yes. And, because they feel that, the typical British stiff upper lip attitude of can't go and talk to somebody. So my wife is very much like that. You used to leave her at an airport for 5 minutes and she's got a crowd around her. She's picking babies up and everything else. I just wanted a place where it was a natural place where people feel comfortable, and we had volunteers, we have just team members, staff that can support that network. And the more people I talk to, the more people say, oh my God, this is fantastic. I talked to a bank manager the other day, and she said, she's retiring, and she said the number of times I've had men particularly come in who lost their wives, unfortunately, and they'd fall apart. They don't know where to go. They don't know where to make new friends. It's just a very interesting journey. So I've heard this so many times around people who've been just had children, people who may have had a bereavement of other sorts or an illness. They want somewhere where they can share that with other people in a similar situation, and make new friends. So we can bring the people together. And I think finding those common themes within that, and we're doing that in the care sector already with residents and relatives and volunteers there. So it's just enhancing that through the community.
Really important. I think this is such an important topic. I really inspired this topic of loneliness, and you've given that example of people sitting in a cafe and they're almost looking around, wanting to make that contact. And we are essentially, our human beings are social beings. We need to tell our story, to share, to heal together. And that's one thing, again, that COVID did. Being back at home, you're just being isolating, those conversations couldn't take place, whether it be friends or family or just the public, all those institutions, whether it be libraries. And me, obviously, being a GP, my GP surgery, I'd get a lot of my elderly patients would just come and just have a brief chat with a receptionist, someone. That was their sense of structure, and that all went during COVID. But even pre-COVID, let's say even before COVID, loneliness, which is what I was just Googling before, I wanted to even share a slide. Do look up, those who are watching, and even for you, Ram, the previous US Surgeon General was actually an Indian gentleman called Vivek Murthy, a very young guy who's 40. And he went round of USA talking about the one condition or one disease that people never talk about. And he said, that is loneliness. Loneliness has as much factor of ill health as does diabetes, depression, or heart disease. And the statistics he came up with were amazing. He said, actually penting up that sort of need. So I'm really inspired. And you said sort of the paying forward technique as well, and veganism. So that's one. I know we're running out of time, and I know you've got your second vaccine as well soon. Yeah. We said we might even go live with your mobile device. But jokes apart, I mean, what else is on your mind then? You've mentioned maybe going to India. You've mentioned go dharmic. You want to tell us, I mean, do you feel a sense of now every day feels like it's a new opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, my daughter got married a couple of weeks ago. So, and that was a very emotional time because, I was lucky to be present based on my COVID over Christmas. So that was, the things that you take for granted, I think. I mean, even going for a walk this morning, we were walking with some family and friends that have come over from America. And, those hills that I was struggling with in January, February time. And I knew every slope in Billericay, because it was, I had to stop and rest before I could. Now, luckily, whilst I'm not fully there yet, the slopes and I can walk. Before I would walk in front and my wife would like, slow down. And then now it was like, come on, speed up. So it's, it's those role reversals, those little things these things that you sort of take for granted that you reflect on. And yeah, so I think it's about how do we as a society. I think I was listening to a video the other day, and it was about how do we provide things in society for the community that are world class. Because generally what happens is stuff that's provided for the community is second class. And I think one of the things I want to do is, whether it's education in India or schools, and I've seen some world-class stuff that's happening around the world, and I want to be part of that and part of that, because when you provide that for the community, thousands and thousands of people use it. Whereas you see people with a lot of money, they want to have it privately for themselves, and it hardly ever gets used. You see London flats or London, buildings where they're empty for 99% of the time. So yeah, my passion is now to bring other people in as well, as to enroll other people into this journey, because this is where the true happiness is, and I'm sure you know that is helping others, and through that journey you ultimately help yourself. I think, as Gandhi said, the fragrance of the rose remains with the giver. So the first person that benefits is yourself, and I think this is quite short-sighted of people, where unfortunately that's not how we grow up and how society is conditioned at the moment. And so yeah, I think that's my purpose, is to bring people together, and you end up meeting some absolutely phenomenal people on the journey. People have given up their lives for this purpose, and it changes your own thinking about the world and people. Before, if you're not in that space, you think people are quite selfish or self-centered, but you start to see people who've given up their whole lives, and Shalaji, who's on the call, has done that as well, and it's so inspiring to see that and to be motivated by people doing far greater work than I am.
So you really inspired us. I think we're wishing you well on your journey as well. I think as each year goes by, you'll attract, who knows, other people, and whichever organizations or projects that you've been involved in. And those, because you mentioned the town Billericay. So those who don't know, I think it's like fun. Billericay is in Essex, near Basildon and so on. So those who are watching, thinking, where is this place? It's sort of the east of London. I remember there because I was placed in a hospital in Basildon for a year or so. So
when was that?
So there was many about 20 years ago as a medical student. So back in the day. So we know the area of Basildon and Essex and even Billericay itself. I remember was sort of certain families and villages there which certainly were quite deprived, so needed their own sort of help and support. Yep. Ram, it's been great having you with us and telling us your story, really from catching COVID, the challenges of running a nursing home, or nursing homes we should say, and having that new lease of life and attracting different charities and work that you're doing. So on behalf of Healing Our Earth, do come on again when the next session is there and tell us what you're doing. Who knows, you'll join us from India next time or wherever you are, and tell us a project that you're doing.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, there's lots of things that I want to get involved with, and I actually went just before COVID in February to the Mother Miracle School that Shalaji runs, and I wasn't actually planning to go to the school because it was a trip, just as a holiday trip, and I actually went, and that was the day they did admissions for the school. And that was one of the best days of my life, when her objective was to take the most deprived children into the school. From the, it would have been easier for her to take, less deprived children in school. And I could see her, looking at the candidates, and those who were sort of a little bit more affluent, she would have to reject because she only had 60 places. And I'm thinking, that she's really living up to her values. And, and as somebody who doesn't know the language, come from California, it's just so inspiring to see how somebody like us who can speak the language and knows the culture still would struggle, but people who don't do that, and just from a holiday trip ended up living, I think she's been in India for 15 years, building from 9 children to 650 children's school of an international standard, and that's just amazing to see that, and you start to unearth these gems of people and organizations that are doing so much good. Makes you feel good about yourself and society that we live in, and what's possible for everybody.
Excellent. I think your message of people having that goodness within them. Often we think, what others are thinking, but in fact the majority have that, and when that's switched on or inspired, it can happen. So, well, thank you, and thank you, Ram, for the future. And you're now a father-in-law as well, so
absolutely.
Yeah, generous.
All right, I'm going to shoot off to have my second.
Yes, so good luck with your second vaccine, and may that go smoothly for you. And I'm sure we'll see you again with one of the projects.
Definitely.
Namaste. Thank you, Ram, for joining us.
Namaste. Bye-bye.
Excellent. That was a really enjoyable journey. So far, those who are watching, we've learned from Darshana of the vaccine journey of a vaccine center. And then life after COVID, we had Ram with us, who really told us that when, I'm sure there have been changing moments for all of us. And when we're faced with almost a life-threatening situation, what do I really want in life? And luckily, with his background, he was able to actually leave his job or, and start off something else, and even sponsor work in India, which moves us very nicely onto, I'm really excited to meet Esther. Esther, I can see you online. Namaste to you.
Namaste.
Good. Where are you at the moment? Are you?
I'm in London itself, yes.
Okay, excellent. So you can share with us. So as we see on the screen, I'm just going to share a few words about you. So really interested to have our interaction together. So Esther Trinikins is going to talk really about COVID relief for marginalized communities in rural India. So Esther is the Executive Director of Action Village India. So do have it, well, I'm sure tell us about Action Village India. She holds a BSc in Cultural Anthropology and an MA in Visual Anthropology. So we have got something slightly in common. So I did a bit of undergraduate work in medical anthropology during my medical degree. But anyway, we'd be interested to see your background as well. And now you're the Executive Director of Action Village India, which is a small UK-based charity that since 1989 supports Indian partner organizations who work alongside villagers in some of the most remote parts of rural India so they can improve their lives, livelihoods, and resilience. Action Village India works towards an India which is just, fair, and inclusive, where all people, regardless of gender, ethnicity, caste, or belief, can benefit from the country's economic development and lift themselves out of poverty. Over the past year, Action Village India's work has focused on supporting their partners to provide COVID relief, obviously understandable with what's been going on, to the communities they work with. And their partners will all work directly at the grassroots level in rural India, from Bihar to Jharkhand to Odisha, down to Tamil Nadu in the south. And the communities work with some of the poorest in India. So Esther's going to be now with us, sharing how the partners have responded to the COVID-19 situation. And do have a look, if you Google at the website is actionvillageindia.org.uk. So with that sort of introduction, namaste and welcome to you, Esther.
Welcome. Thank you so much for having me. And also a big thank you to Neil for inviting us and giving us a platform to share our work. And of course, most importantly, the work of our partners. Because we're just an organization who supports, but it's really about the work that happens on the ground, of course.
Fantastic. Good. Yeah, tell us, to share, what have you got in store? Tell us about some of the partners that you work with.
Yes, so just a little bit more background about our organization. As you said, it's a very small organization based in London. We have two members of staff, which is me and I've got one part-time colleague. And our work started back in 1989 when one of the founders lived in Tamil Nadu for a couple of years and worked on a project with a local NGO called ASEFA. And the founder of that organization had asked him, please go back to the UK and start a solidarity group where you can just discuss issues in India and talk about what's happening. And so that's really how we grew and how we took on more partners, and we slowly took on a funding role where we support specific projects. So at the moment we've got 8 partner organizations in India, and we support projects ranging from girls' education to disability rights to alternative livelihoods, to supporting women in local governance, so training them to become panchayat leaders. And we also have land rights projects that we support. And of course, last year, with COVID, all of those projects really came to a halt. And I think especially the education in India has really suffered because I think the schools were closed for most of the year. It's probably open for a month and then closed again during the second lockdown. And it's been really interesting to hear from your previous guests about what it's like to live in a pandemic. It's terrible for everyone, but I think at least the way I look at it is that in India, especially in rural India, it's like one step beyond. It's not about surviving a virus, it's surviving because you're hungry. And in the beginning, especially because of the lockdown and the migration, there's so much migration to the cities, so many migrants who can return home. It created real problems. And this is where our partners have really tried to focus on in the beginning of the pandemic. So we have one organization called Ekta Parishad, who in the beginning tried to track people who needed to go home and who were stuck and who were going hungry. And so they set up a whole system where they located people and tried to find ways to get them home. At the moment, they've had like a staggered way of responding, where first you look at, providing food, medicines, oxygen where needed, but now they've also started working and organizing Shramdan camps, which I think is a really interesting concept. It happens in villages, really remote villages, and people are struggling there with their livelihoods because all they have to offer is their labor, but there's no work. So they've organized camps where the community comes together, so the whole village comes together to build, for instance, water resources, so a lake or a dam, so they can have more water, so they can sustain themselves from their agriculture. And what's so key with that is that it's about bringing that community together. And I think that's been said by Darsha as well earlier. We've seen in the pandemic that people come together, and that's so important to move forward. And with this way of working with these Shramdan camps, you leave dignity with people. It's not a handout that you're giving to people, but people have the dignity, they're building something themselves. And through that, they're lifting themselves out of poverty. So I think that's been one really good example of the work that one of our partners has been doing. Another thing that we've really tried to...
Sorry, just to come in on that. I mean,
yeah, sorry.
Really interesting. No, it's just to see. So, I mean, I've already learned already. So Action Village India, it's so quite a small setup here in England, but you're really supporting quite a few different organizations now in India, particularly. And one that you mentioned as well, with organizing these camps. And you mentioned one was actually getting people back maybe to home, which was really important, I think, when people were either lost or locked down. But then these communities to do something, I think that's such a key thing, isn't it, in charity? Otherwise, that feeling of otherwise people feel it's a hand-me-down, or they're constantly in that feeling of I'm a beggar and you're a giver. This seemed like this was actually a joint project, and they were doing something useful as well, very useful with water resources. So what was the charity doing? I presume it is funding this or making it happen, I presume, sort of organizing it.
Yeah, so one of the key things for our organization is that we have partnerships based on trust and solidarity. So of course we give financially to enable some of this work to happen. We're not the only funders of the organizations we work with. There's many other great organizations working with them, but we find it really important to be there and to really show solidarity. So especially in the time of crisis, is that you are there and that you very clearly communicate and show your support. And I think during any disaster, so this is obviously a massive disaster, but also in the past where there's been flooding in Kerala, for instance, that we try to go our extra way to support during these times as well. And throughout the year, we organize events where we have our partners come together and exchange their stories and their learnings to be able to learn from each other, but also again build that solidarity and that whole sense of community. And so one of the other things that our partners have been focusing on, and I think it's interesting because one of your previous guests was talking about, what's happening on the international space is about vaccinations. So a lot of people and communities, especially in rural India, have I think it's been difficult for them to want to take a vaccine. There's a lot of mistrust. There's a lot of misinformation among a lot of communities in rural India. And so our partners are really trying to work with their communities to make sure that the right information is shared and that they also share how important it is to get a vaccination. I mean, the vaccinations in India are for free, so that's not kind of the struggle. It's about that mistrust and really trying to make sure that they have faith in it and that they understand what's happening. And I think that's one of the key points as well. It's, relief is not just about providing medicines and oxygen when it's a really big time of need, but it's that step beyond. So what happens afterwards? It's the livelihoods that are really important. It's that communication, that trust with grassroots organizations. And yeah.
So is that another project then about sort of trying to encourage the vaccine as well? Is that just a byproduct of what's happening?
So all our partner organizations are doing numerous things. It's not, especially during COVID, it's not, I think, necessarily like a project and this is what happens. It's working with their communities, and it's providing medicines, it's providing food packets at the beginning. It's working with them and to talk more about vaccinations. It's talking about washing hands and hygiene. And I think it's more like a holistic approach where work happens on all fronts and not just this is the project. And each of our partners, they work very differently and we support them as they need. So we are always very partner-led. So what our partner needs, we kind of work that way, that we have that faith in them, that they are the ones that know what's needed. And it's not us here in the UK sitting, okay, this needs to happen. It's the partners who are there, who've been working with these communities for years and years, who know the areas. They know very well what needs to happen. And with COVID and the relief they offer, it's multifaceted. So it's a lot of different things.
So I know you'll have more things. I'm sure we've got other things to say. I'm just actually looking through. I'm going to share a screen because as you're doing, I quickly had a quick look at the website. If I can just bring this up, if you can see here. So those you can see the screen. I've just looked at the Action Village India website. So these are some. If I can tell, these are some of the projects that you are working on here. As you can see, really inspiring. Just looking at the images and what the partners are and what they're doing. Looking at this, it sounds really big. What is rural India? What is a rural village? What, for us, who've got so accustomed to living just in a city here, and I presume Esther, prior to COVID, you've been out there, I'm sure.
Yes, many times.
Yeah. What are the experiences? What are the issues? I mean, without sort of, we see media pictures of maybe someone who hasn't got enough food to eat or education, but what is rural India? What is a rural village?
So, I mean, I visited India many times. I stayed in a village many years ago for a couple of months in Tamil Nadu. And I think, a village in Tamil Nadu is not the same as a village in Jharkhand. It's not comparable. The issues are very different. I always see India more as a continent rather than a country because all the states are so different and they all have their own issues. But I think there is a huge difference between urban India and rural India. For an example, in Jharkhand, we support a girls' education project. Girls live in a village in huts. They have one water pump in the village. If it breaks, there is no water. They have to walk to school for 8 kilometers. When they're at school, they probably have 4 teachers for maybe 300 students. They very often have to stay at home during harvesting season because their parents need support with the harvest. Otherwise, there isn't enough income to feed the family. It's so completely different. There are no facilities necessarily available. And then I think rural India is just so far from being able to join in on that economic growth that India has seen and that urban India has mainly seen. And I think it's very difficult for some communities to be a part of that.
Yeah, well, that's really an insight as well into some of the things that are there. And but do carry on. I'm sure you've got some other projects to tell us about, or however you want to. We've got, as long as short as you want. Our
Sure.
next speakers with us, but yeah, do share your message you want to share.
I could talk a little bit more about our disability rights project in Tamil Nadu, and I think this clearly shows the kind of work we support. It's a project where we support people living with a disability to come together and form groups. And in those groups, they not only find support, but they also save some money. So they're able to start a business or take a loan, but also they are supported to get an ID card that says they actually do live with a disability. And I think in India, there are so many benefits available, and there are so many policies that support communities, but it's often that way to get it. And it's that middle ground where, okay, fine, you have a policy, but how do you actually access those benefits, and how can you make sure that the right people get those benefits? And that's where we really try to support people to know their rights, and also to be able to access their rights, and support them with the paperwork. And if the paperwork's been filled out but there's no response to that, to set extra pressure on to make sure that it actually follows through. And it's something similar we do in Odisha with land rights. There's a lot of communities that live on land, have been living on land for decades, but they don't have the paperwork to say that that's their land, which is, it's called a land kata. And that means that they can be taken off their land at any time. It also means very often that they can't get social support because they don't have this paperwork. So we try and support communities to be able to get their rights and make sure that it follows through.
I think these are really important projects. I think specifically about getting sort of the benefits, etc. And what sort of disabilities then? Are these like people with physical disabilities, or?
It's both. So you have physical disabilities, also mental disabilities. Very often you still see polio, people suffering from that, and having physical disabilities because of that. It's also interesting actually around the disability, and this is going a bit off topic around COVID, but if you actually look at the statistics in Tamil Nadu, for instance, it says that 2% of people live with a disability. Whereas in the UK, it's probably 15%. In a lot of Western countries, it's 15%. And that's actually the kind of standard. And this just means that people are not recognized as people living with a disability. And I think that says a lot, because if you don't get recognized, then you can't get support.
Yeah, so there's just that the pickup rate is much lower, and that may take a long time, a cultural change as well.
Yeah,
so we're almost coming to the end of our time, but we've still got time. I don't want to rush you, but if you've got some themes, maybe you had some ideas also over COVID, then what's been happening. You've mentioned one, obviously, of people getting home, or these group activities. Anything else that you've seen, particularly in this last 18 months really with COVID?
So I think, one of the things that's really clear is that people have really struggled from the first lockdown, and people barely are getting by and barely getting back on their feet. And then the second wave happened in India. People are fearing a third wave, which I think is really worrying. And I think what's key is that our partners are all working with these communities for so long, and so constantly trying to support them and working with them on long-term solutions. Like I said, the camps, finding those livelihoods, making sure that people are more resilient. One of our partners in West Bengal, which is called Equidiversity, it's a women's rights organization. They are working with women to build community gardens so that they have food and that they can sustain themselves, and so that they are more resilient to future problems. I think that's really key. It's building that resilience within these communities so that they can, that they can overcome another disaster or another wave of the pandemic. And one thing I think as well in the UK that people are starting to talk about more and more is the mental health that people have faced. And this is something that especially Equidiversity is also really focusing on. It's making sure that people have a space where they can share their problems and that where they get helped with their mental problems after the pandemic and losing livelihoods, losing family members. It's a lot to deal with all around the world. And I think that's really important to work on, as I think it's gonna be there for a very long time.
And certainly that recovery period is going to take a while as well. And the word you used a lot was resilience. I think it's a very important word of sort of building up that capacity as we move forward and building some sort of structure. I mean, what are the hopes and wishes of rural India? I mean, again, you can't, as you say, India is a subcontinent or a continent. You can't sort of pigeonhole it. But with your themes, what are people wishing for? What are their desires? Are they the same as everyone else?
I think the desire is that people can stay where they are, so that they can stay in their villages and that they can support themselves by staying in their villages and that their whole families can stay there. I mean, the fact that there was such a huge migration problem when the first lockdown happened shows it all. I mean, there's so many people working in cities because there is no work in rural areas. And I think that's the real hope, is to make villages sustainable, and so that they can stay there and that they can live off their own land without having family members need to move to the cities. And I actually think that would solve a whole load of problems in urban India as well.
Yes, exactly. So there's always this dream of these, sometimes you see these sort of, movie dreams of, the small time villager who wants to make it big in the city. And then there's a misconception that actually everyone in the village wants to move to the city, which is not very often not the case at all. That actually like to have a structure and live where they belong, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
So finally, look, we're almost coming to our next speaker is with us, and I might even bring Sanjeev in. Sanjeev, you're a regular, you're an expert here, and as well, you please, if you've got any questions for Esther, want to come in with some thoughts, please do in a moment, Sanjeev. But Esther, I mean, what's your role then? I presume you work here. The Action Village India seems to be, very much your life. I mean, this is what you do. What do you do? What's your daily routine then? Are you working from home or in an office? Are you in touch with various projects?
So I've been working from home from March, and normally I'd go out to India every year. So I'm really looking forward to be able to do that again and actually see the work and talk to our partners. But I think it's been interesting. It's been also a real eye-opener of possibilities. I mean, I think India has come a lot closer to us because of Zoom. We've had so many more discussions with partners in India, and it's just so easy. It's it doesn't matter where in the world you are, but we can all be on this call together, and it's fantastic. So my work normally it's a lot because we're very small. So it's it's the fundraising, it's the finances, it's the day-to-day running of an office, it's the collaboration with the partners, it's the monitoring of the projects, it's finding partnerships within the UK as well. We've had some great partnerships over the last few months. I mean, you can really notice that there are a lot of people who really want to support. And we've had a partnership with Nishkam Swat, for instance, who normally support homeless people in the UK. This time they've supported us with oxygen units. There's individuals who are organizing loads of events like curry nights for their friends, and they raise money. So I think it's been a really interesting time and a very different time. So it's been incredibly difficult, but I also think there's also been a lot of positives from it. And I think the way of working forward is going to change, and I think it's for the better, maybe.
Certainly for the better. I don't know, Sanjeev, I know you've been listening in for the last certainly few minutes. Any thoughts you've got for Esther?
Esther, I have actually, while I was listening to you, reflecting on the challenges that most people have faced during the last, however, 15, 18 months of lockdown. Listening to you, I seem to think there's a resonance about when you're involved in trying to make a difference for other people, the attention and the focus goes away from yourself and your own situation. How do you feel about that? That's an observation I have of myself. But I mean, it seems to glow on your face in when you're talking about helping out the way you do.
I think if you work with other people, I think that says something about the type of person you are maybe anyways. And I think that might already, add to, okay, you're more focused on someone else. But I think with India, it's just, yes, we've got it bad. And for myself, people who've had COVID, who've lost people, I can't judge over that. It's incredibly difficult. People working in the NHS, it's incredibly difficult. For me, myself, if I compare my life with a girl in rural India, there is no comparison. She's got it so much worse than me. So who am I to complain, so to speak? But it's been difficult for everyone. For my own mental health, it's been difficult as well, being at home. My family lives in the Netherlands, sisters, parents, not being able to go there whenever you want. It's difficult. It really is.
It is, but again, we have choices on how we look at the world. There is no absolute, this is what the world is. And we can choose to look at it from different angles and different perspectives. And it's clear the way you've managed to look at the world is a healthy place to be, because we've all universally faced the same challenges, albeit some have suffered with COVID itself and others haven't. But the rest of the whole of humanity has been in a situation that's unnatural, right? So human beings aren't used to being locked up. Being locked up is seen as a punishment throughout our civilization. And now being forced to do that for our own safety, not knowing when the end was going to come, if it was going to come, not knowing if we're going to be attacked, inverted commas, by an invisible alien. So all of that is what everybody's had to deal with. But, you've just illustrated a perspective. And I think that's a really healthy spiritual perspective about, when you're looking at your own situation, look for comparisons of people who are in a worse situation compared to yourself, because the human brain does a comparison. There's no absolute. And if you choose the right things to compare against, the way we feel changes and it stays in a positive frame, I think. Yeah,
absolutely. And staying positive does wonders. It really does. And I think once you go into this negative cycle, it's hard to come out of it. So I think, like you said, it's so important to stay focused, stay positive for your own well-being and healthy.
Absolutely.
Right, and the work that you're doing is very valid, and it just helps to bring that through. So I think to sort of sign off, I'm just bringing you back. If you can see, I was looking at the website again, and I'm quite happy to plug you and say, look, get involved. So here is the website for Action Village India. I've not heard of till today, so I'm really inspired to hear, and do have a look. So those who are watching online, do have a look. At least we can find out a bit more of what AVI or Action Village India does here. So I thought I'd just share that from my computer at least. And
as you say, thank you so much.
It's so easy to do, isn't it? Back in the day, we couldn't do all this. It's a click of a button, and I've sort of shared these things, and I feel like can do something. But Esther, great to have you on and with us on Healing Our Earth. And wishing you well, and as I said before, I said to Ram in the last speaker, but who knows? Next time you'll be in India and telling us your update from a village itself.
Let's hope so. And I would just like to say again, thank you so much for giving us the platform to share our work. The more people we can share this with, the better, and the more support we can get for the wonderful work that our partners are doing in India. Sure. So thank you so much.
Excellent. Namaste. Thank you for being
Namaste.
With us. Good. So namaste all. We carry on our journey. We've had some really interesting speakers so far, and Sanjeev, you've already seen, is already online with us. In a moment, I'm just going to introduce him, but I'm just going to share our slides again so we can see what's been happening as well. So hopefully, that's my wrong slide. Let's share again. Bear with me, and we'll just share again. Here we go. Excellent. So just coming back to our beginning. So this is so if you're just joining us or not, this is actually our 84th Healing Our Earth event. So I can't believe we've had 84 events, and certainly some of our hosts and directors and technical directors have been on every single one. And as you can see, we've had Darshna, we had Ram, we've had Esther, and now we've got Sanjeev with us. Coming after me will be Sheila as well, and Nandita Shah and Kim Edgard, Chirag Pandya. You can see we're really on till later on, and we're very hooked up with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. And even if you want to get onto a WhatsApp mailing list, please do look at the website healingourEarth.com. I said we're in competition today, Sanjeev. You know, look, there's a Wimbledon going on. I think there's some match going on a bit later on. So, but I think there's some really important messages to be learned. But we wish everyone, even our sports people, well from Healing Our Earth as well. England or Italy, let it be. And we've already shared this before. What is Healing Our Earth? It's a platform to show so many different areas of education and entertainment. And coming up next week in the theme of entertainment, there was actually a whole theme of Bollywood. So Sanjeev said, I've already told Darshna, I said me and her will have to do so. I don't know your music skills, but maybe next week we can try a bit of singing together. Let's see. Let's see how it goes.
Get my practice in. I'm not
I don't know. Maybe some good breathing techniques for singing. And the week after it is this International Teachers' Day, or Guru Purnima, which is that reverence to the Guru. So the whole theme on Healing Our Earth will be Guru Purnima. So with that, welcome to Sanjeev. So Sanjeev Patel would say just a few words about you. We were on together last time, actually, in our COVID section. We really enjoyed having you, and you had a very short time of about 20 minutes. This time, we've now got the following sort of hour together to really explore some of the really interesting journeys you've got. So just to those who have maybe seeing Sanjeev for the first time, Sanjeev is really an award-winning entrepreneur and leader with years of experience across industries and NGOs. He's a thought leader on servant leadership, and his awards include a core award by the Warwick Business School for his contribution to the business school and global alumni community. He's got an award for the most influential British Indian leader a few years ago, and hashtag British Hindu hero as a COVID-19 survivor who went the extra mile despite personal challenges to help and sharing his learning experiences. He told us last time actually of this whole amazing experience of cycling to raise money for the COVID relief effort in India, and unbelievably cycled over 200 kilometers in 48 hours and himself raised £20,000 with the whole project raising nearly £750,000. Known as the mindful leader, Sanjeev will share how he's sort of battled mental, physical and spiritual battles on long COVID. And has opened up something called Sanjeev Speaks on Facebook. So lots of things to share. But I think last time Sanjeev and I, we explored a bit on long COVID, or Sanjeev spoke. And today I think similar, really, the experience of having COVID, recovering from it, or on ongoing recovery, helping others as well. I think we've talked a little bit on today's show, but really now getting practically, if someone had COVID, have got symptoms, and what you've done. And when we spoke offline, you talked about people you've spoken to. And then really hope after despair. What positivity, what are the ways forward? What is the new way of thinking following this? So Sanjeev, namaste to you. And let's enjoy our next sort of, 45 minutes to an hour together.
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for having me on the show again. When we spoke earlier, I was thinking, what can we do? What can we share? And Milind, as you suggested, maybe a little bit of a rewind as to the stuff I've covered before. I've updated the presentation I did last time. So I guess if I run through that, please feel free to interject, stop me at any stage.
Yes,
I've got the odd video I can share in between.
Yes, exactly. So those who are watching, I think Sanjeev's also got a video that might be helpful in breathing techniques or whatever it may be. And
sure.
Excellent.
Okay, so is it okay if I share screen now?
Please
my
do.
Screen? Okay, wonderful. So, okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, perfect. We've got it there.
Wonderful. So broadly speaking, what the sort of journey for today, I guess it's about resilience. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the early journey, COVID survivor, as Milind said. That led me to gain an understanding as to what was really crucial in that fight against COVID. And I believe it was a battle for the lungs. And then we're going to go through long COVID, share some insights on that. And not just the insights in terms of what long COVID is and all the symptoms, but then looking at positive ways of dealing with it. So, I've split it up into two parts, so healing the body, and then healing the mind and soul, because the spirit and mind, I think, are very well connected with the body. And then finally, as you said, something positive. So a call for finding a purpose as we move forward to the next phase of this. So if that's okay, I'll kind of start with the early journey. So for those who have heard this before, I apologize in advance. But if I give you an overview of what happened at the journey for me at the beginning of the pandemic. So despite having a clear idea that the pandemic was going to sort of spread across the world, because my doctor, Dr. Shashi Patel over in Australia, he and I were talking about this way back in early January onwards. And so in terms of practicalities, we'd prepared, and people that were in my circle, I'd sort of suggested it to prepare for a long-term lockdown, whatever long-term meant. So despite that, as fate would have it, on the 16th of March last year, my wife that night came down with a really severe fever. Now, the messaging at the time was about...
Sanjeev, sorry just to interrupt. It might be good actually if you stop sharing, because it's actually you're telling a really useful story. It'd be nice to see.
Sure.
We're seeing your screen, and then we can come back on, unless you've got because we're still seeing your first slide.
Sure. Okay. So how do I unshare? Just got to check this.
Stop share. It should be at the top of your screen. It should say stop share somewhere on Zoom.
Okay. Hang on a second.
Perfect. Yeah, I think it's been stopped for you.
Okay, perfect. So you can see me now, right?
Yeah, and I didn't know, because you're telling a really good story and I wanted people to see your face.
Okay. All right. So as I said, in the lead up to the lockdown here in the UK, I thought I'd planned for my family and my loved ones as much as you possibly could. So we'd done all the preparations by early February, mid-February. But as fate would have it, on the 16th of February, I remember that night vividly, my wife had a very severe fever. And I remember sort of saying to her, look, we need to take as much care as possible. And she told me to stay distant. And I said, look, by this time, whatever it is that we all have it, because we lived in a household of 6 people, my father, my mother, my wife, and I, my 2 kids. And it became apparent over that first week that this was no winter flu, although that was part of the messaging on all media channels from the government. I started off with symptoms of joint aches. So the type I've never had before, certainly, but I could relate to my mother at that stage because she has arthritis in her knees and her hands. And I remember looking for anything that would take away the pain and the swelling. So my knees, my ankles, and my hips, for some strange reason, were aching. That weekend was an interesting one because I saw this then unfolding in my rest of my family. So my son and daughter, I remember saying to them on a Sunday, you need to send an email into work and say you're not going to be coming in this week. And at the time they thought I was, over exaggerating, but they didn't know what I was going through. And that's part of my coping mechanism, is not to let out on the surface what's going on inside, especially around people who I care for, because watching them suffer would have an impact on me. That's the way I handle things. And the Monday, that was a really good decision, by the way, because that Monday morning, both of those, my son and my daughter, came down with a fever and they were in bed. And that was a scary time, because not only had I got it and I could see it getting worse, my wife had it and I could see it unfolding with my kids. And my obvious fear was what happens to my parents. Over the next almost 2.5 weeks, this thing carried on unfolding. And every night I remember going to sleep thinking, right, okay, I got through the day and hopefully tomorrow the fever will break. But unfortunately, that day never came. When I tried to describe it to people, I kind of describe it as being inside a boxing ring. Imagine being in a fight where you give everything you've got, and your opponent, when you think you've got your opponent, they just get back up again. And it keeps going. And there's no sign of a bell to end that fight. And at the same time, all the news, all the media was about shortage of hospital beds, shortage of ventilators, watching the trauma unfold in Milan, in New York, in other parts of the world. And the reality was clear that I was on a roller coaster, I was on a runaway train, and I wasn't sure how to get off. And I was trying everything. So Milan, you'll know the sorts of things that I tried, like prednisolone, something that stops inflammation in the lungs. I have no particular underlying health symptoms, but in the past, maybe 10 years ago, I remember having exercise-induced asthma. So it was something that we kept in the home as a standby. And I tried that. I tried heavy doses of that. Didn't work. I tried that again. Didn't work. Azithromycin. Didn't work. I was looking out on social media and people were sharing home remedies. And trust me, I tried all of those, but nothing seemed to work. And it was after this 2.5 weeks that eventually my father and I ended up succumbing to this and ended up in ICU. Initially both at the same hospital, and then I was taken to a separate one. At that stage, I realized I probably wouldn't see my father again. And my focus and my energy was all in the moment. Now, when you're on a roller coaster, there's a fear. When you're on a runaway train and the runaway train is potentially going to hit the boards at the end, there's a fear. But when I got to this stage of the illness, all my focus was on shutting everything out, apart from just focusing on the moment. People talk a lot about mindfulness and the value of it. And I guess during this journey, that's something I discovered, realized the importance of it. Because a week before this, I stopped watching anything. There was aches, there were fevers, painkillers wouldn't work, but all I was trying to do is focus and get through the day. And at that time in hospital, I remember the consultant, I don't remember too much from that very first day, apart from him telling me very clearly from my x-rays that I needed a CT because it was all over my lungs, and that I qualified for an ITU, which wasn't really what I wanted to hear. A couple of days down that path is when I next remember anything. And that was the day I was in a different hospital by this time. And I remember getting a call from a number I didn't recognize, but I was conscious and I was alert. So I took it, and it was the other hospital saying my father wasn't going to make it. In that moment, we talk about spirituality. In that moment, for whatever reason, I had absolute clarity and I was at peace. So I talk about fighting all this journey, but I also understand from the teachings of my Guru Pramukh Swami Maharaj and Mahan Swami Maharaj that, the purpose of life is to live it to its fullest, to connect with God and live a spiritual way. And my father had done that throughout his life. And so I was in total acceptance of, okay, ultimately this is God's will. And I was confident beyond words that my father's soul was now enjoying eternal bliss at the feet of Bhagavan Swaminarayan Akshardham. I somehow, and I still don't know how, had the clarity of mind to sit there and go, right. That evening I sent a message to my wife, very brief one. I said, be prepared for a phone call. I knew if they saw me in a really bad state, that would just compound this. Somehow I managed to do a short video call. And in that, I broke the news and I said, look, this is not a time for tears of sadness. We have a choice. We can do that and ask why, or we can celebrate everything about my father's life, everything about the memories that we've had together up until the last 3 days, and then move on from there. and be thankful that his soul is at peace. And then as a family, move forward and see how we can turn this tragedy into something positive. That night was the toughest night for me. I remember trying to sleep, and the NHS beds were lovely, the electric beds. But for anybody who's had pneumonia, you'll understand what I mean. When your lungs are full, and this is all new to me. I was exhausted after days of hardly any sleep, and for the past 2-3 nights, no sleep as far as I was aware. And I remember nodding off and then suddenly waking up choking, nodding off and suddenly waking up choking. So that really freaked me out. I realized I was choking and felt like I was gonna suffocate. It turns out afterwards that that's actually how you feel. You feel like you're drowning because your lungs are so full of this COVID. As I was determined to battle this through, I mean, I gave my family my word, and I don't know what that counts for, but I was that clear that don't worry, I will see you again. And despite this night, the next day was my turning point, because that fever didn't last the whole day. And for somebody who battled these aches, this fever, constantly looking for the next dose of paracetamol, to have a period, even if a short period during that day where, okay, it's not as bad, to me was a sign. I mean, you can look for signs in life, you can look for signs in the stars, look for shapes. And I chose to look at this as a positive sign. And from my bed, I remember wondering how I was going to get out. At the time, there wasn't much insight into what was important. But I remember my brother telling me that you had to get oxygen into your lower lungs. And at the time, I didn't understand any terminology, but I understood that much. And I spent the whole of that night sitting at whatever position I could sit without coughing, without struggling to breathe, and then consciously trying to get my belly to move in and out. For those of you who've suffered from COVID at any sort of severity, you'll understand what I mean by it feels like your belly is bursting. I can only describe it as looking like a pregnant woman, really tight. And so you don't have any capacity to breathe deeply. But those small little steps were the starting of my journey to recovery. And they discharged me after a few days. My oxygen levels were still low, but high enough to vacate the bed so they could make space. I was determined that I would use whatever I could, insights I could, to share with others what it was like, the reality of it, because I don't think it had really hit people then. And also the little simple things that I picked up, which I felt had helped me turn the corner. So the key to all of this was I realized that the battle was in the lungs. Whatever aches you had, whatever pains you had, whatever fever you had to protect the lungs. And so in any moment of any strength, to make sure you kept exercising those lungs, I knew was key. But I also realized that for those who are further gone like I was, it wasn't a straightforward thing to do. So I knocked together a short video and I put that up my social media, my Facebook page. For the first time, I shared a video of any sort, by the way, in the hope that it would help someone. And to my surprise, I guess I'm thankful for it, but that went viral. People I knew locally were getting it sent to them from across the world, shared via WhatsApp, shared via the Facebook page. So it was in the hundreds of thousands. So something changed. And subsequently, going through the journey, I realized that the video I shared was rough and ready, and maybe I needed to do something a bit more up to date. The reason I'm saying this is for the past 12, 15 months, I've had the opportunity to video conference people who are suffering from COVID at home and talking them through their recovery and helping them manage this breathing technique. And I realized that it had to be really simplified and broken down. So, Milan, do you want me to share a clip of that video that I put out?
I think it'll be good now. Yeah, it's perfect timing. I think it's a really nice spot now to share that video and
Okay,
what you've been through so far.
Shall I let you share and unshare my screen so that keeps it simple? Is that something?
Yeah, if you, I think actually our director was doing it. Maybe have another go, just at maybe
sure.
sharing and sharing the video.
Sure. Share. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we've got your screen there. Got your present. Got your.
Okay, so all right. Is it shared with? Hopefully, shared with sound.
Yeah, there sometimes is a button to press to say share with sound. So you may need to unshare and then.
Okay, let's try that. How do I unshare? It doesn't let me unshare. I apologize.
No, it's okay. I'm sure that somewhere along there should be somewhere on your Zoom. It gives you the chance to unzoom. And just press play.
Can you hear that?
I've been able to speak.
Yeah, we've got that.
Okay. Coach them through.
But I think it's coming through your own speaker.
So it's not coming through Zoom.
Yeah, so I think you may want to just unshare. We might just get some options there to try and stop your.
So how to unshare? I'm hovering.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, got it. Got the unshare.
Yeah.
Okay, so somebody's. Okay, so share with.
So we can do share screen, share with sound. There should be a little button somewhere. I know you're on Mac.
Okay, share sound. Okay, got it.
Yeah, perfect. So we should be fine.
Okay.
So, and this is going to be a breathing video, right?
A few things came out which had prompted me to do this video. Although they understood the general concept and why the main battleground is the lungs and breathing is so important, I had to talk them through it much more slowly than the video I shared, and which is understandable. If you're one of these people who are suffering from COVID right now, you're scared, it's natural. You see pictures of hospitals overflowing, shortage of beds and oxygen, and that noise, that information, just makes you more nervous and breathe more shallow. It's not good for you. So I'd say, listen, stop watching that and let's focus on what you have to do. I'm seated this time because from a practical point of view, if you have got COVID congestion, then you can't stand up. So let me show you. It doesn't have to be deep breathing to start off with, but if you watch me and try and follow me, make sure somebody who's with you watches this video with you, because then afterwards they can help you follow through exactly the same way. So I'm going to break this down and hopefully you'll be able to follow it. So apologies, it's a little bit long, but this is genuinely how, when I was coaching people, this is the approach that worked for them. So main things, our normal breathing, and especially when we're in COVID and shallow breathing, we're like this. And if you have COVID, you know what I mean. Every breath is a bit of a struggle, and you're fearful, as I said. Remember, the vast majority of people can defeat COVID at home. But staying calm and remembering that all the time, and stopping watching and receiving information about hospitals and suffering and mortuaries, just stop watching that. Focus on the moment. Be mindful, as they say. But concentrate on how I'm suggesting you should breathe. Breathing from your belly. It's called diaphragmatic breathing, but breathing from your belly is very simple to remember. Watch my hands. One's on my chest, one's on my belly. Sit how you're comfortable. Make sure you've got support behind you so you're not having any strain on yourself. Now watch. This is normal. But that's not how you want to do it. Watch my bottom hand. When I'm breathing in, my belly is coming out. So watch again. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. No. In the beginning, you'll struggle to breathe that deep. That's okay. It doesn't mean this isn't going to work for you. Remember, I was doing this from a hospital bed. Just small breaths is fine to start off with. So, this is okay. However long you do it is enough. People ask me, is it 5 minutes, is it 10 minutes? And I say, look, do it as long as you can. Rest, and then do it again. This is one of the main things you have to do. Remember, sleep on your front or your side. COVID is like gel that sticks to your lungs. And sleeping on your back doesn't help you, so you have to sleep on your side or your front. Use pillows to support you to do that. And try not to stay in bed all day long. When you've taken your painkillers, your paracetamol, try and get up and stretch your back. Even if your back's hurting, stretch it. You need to open up that rib cage. And then use these breathing exercises. The vast majority of people can beat their battle with COVID at home, but you must do this. So, belly breathing. If you see your chest going up and down, you're doing it wrong. So once again, stay hydrated and do this as many times a day as you can. And you'll notice, I guarantee you'll notice, over a day, 2 days, 3 days, your oxygen saturation levels will get better. And remember, COVID, the real battle is that 7 to 9 days. Once you're past that, and you've plateaued or you're getting slightly better, you know you're on the recovery path. Don't worry if you have days when you're fully tired again. If you feel you've got a slight fever, rest, listen to your body. But remember, your best treatment is this treatment. Breathing, staying hydrated, staying off your back, and staying positive. Good luck.
So, Milan, back to me.
Yeah, it was excellent. I've got lots of questions there already. So it was really good. I think it was a really simple. So I presume you'd recorded that at home a few months later. That would have been what, in the summer of last year or end of last year?
The video.
What's up, Ninja Nerds? In this video today, we're going to be talking about the basic EKGs. Let's go ahead.
Okay.
It wasn't me. Okay, so Milan, that was me recording this off the back of, this is back in April after the India COVID spike happened again.
Right. So this was.
So I did that. Then again, my original video was
yeah, so
in April last year.
Fine. So this is sort of like a re-recording.
A re-recording
yeah.
to make it more user-friendly, I suppose.
Yeah.
Refresh it.
So look, you've said, look, you know, friends, family, maybe people have just given your number to people, say, look, there's this chap called Sanjeev who, you know, has gone through it and he can help you. Because sometimes there's nothing quite like you know, I know you're not a medic by training, but, you know, a lay person coming in and sharing those. Because sometimes us as medics, we presuppose, or we may use some technical language. We try not to, but sometimes we just sort of, or we don't have the time. We just sort of, so let's say if I was a person or someone online, what kind of things would you ask them? I know you're not giving medical advice. It's not a medical show, and you're not a professional. This is more just out of interest. What kind of things?
Approach it?
How do you approach it? If someone said, "Look, you know, my husband, my son, my whoever has had this," what kind of questions would you ask them? You'd ask them about their breathing, their hydration.
I honestly believe there's a combination of managing your mind as well as your body.
Okay.
I think as time's progressed and more people have been through it and got through the other end, that mind thing is less of a challenge. But if you're told still to today and you're, you know, not one of those younger generations, then you still have a fear of where's this going to go. So the very first thing I try to do is reach out, and it's not usually that person, it's their family, because they're living with somebody, and saying, look, I've been asked to get in touch. I'll share the videos, but I think it'll be helpful if I can speak to them. with you there. The reason I'm doing that is to try and gauge. I mean, I'll ask some simple things like about when was first symptoms, how long's it been? What's that journey been like? So, you know, what symptoms have they had? And you'll know, Milind, professionally that what I was talking about in the 7 to 9 days window, but simplifying that down for them, just rather than freak them out with all the symptoms, just say, well, what have you experienced so far? I'll give you an example of somebody I spoke to like this. 2 brothers were in hospital, both with severe COVID for 3 weeks. They were a relative of somebody I knew, and they asked for the video. I got in touch with their family. He'd just come home. He's in his early 60s. His younger, fitter brother didn't make it out of hospital. They were both in at the same time. And I was just asked to send my videos. I said, no, let me speak to them. So I arranged with his wife and his son through a WhatsApp messaging. Okay, look, let me know when you're able to have a call with him there. And by observation, you can tell how somebody's breathing. Asking them a simple question and seeing how lucidly they can speak to you without struggling to put words together without taking the next breath gives you an indication of how are they doing. And then understanding how long they've been ill and where that's been. Now, this is 3 weeks, it's gone, and he was back out again. And I tried to talk him through, you know, reassure him that he can do this, because many people, the majority of people will, but he had to focus on the important things. And so things like staying off your back, I'm still to this day surprised, Milind, that that's not just like common knowledge to everybody. You know, because I remember the dull ache at the bottom of my back, base of my, where my kidneys, behind my kidneys. When I was ill, I thought my kidneys were failing. It was only when I went through this whole journey, I realized that the lungs go all the way down the back there. And that was my lungs hurting, not my kidneys.
Yes.
And then staying off your back, because it's like jelly. So simplifying it, explaining to them the logic behind it, not just to do it. And I realized I struggled to stay off my back when I was that congested. So what did I do? I got a bunch of pillows and I described it as holding it like a hug on the side, propping yourself behind. But the reason to hold it like a hug is because you keep your chest open.
Yeah.
You can't lean on the front because you're too congested and it hurts and you're going to cough and you're going to struggle to breathe. So I kind of taught them through that kind of journey. This particular chap, and then I said, okay, let's start this breathing. Hold the video back far enough so I can see you. You can't, we can see each other. So I'll stand back and I'll practice going through it, watch him. I'd ensure there's a member of the family watching as well, because then they can pick it up or observe, have the video on one side. They've watched us do this session, which might be however long it takes, and then leave them to it. And I said, I'll touch base on a daily basis. The touch base is a reassurance. The simple things like hydration at hospital, they tell you, have you passed water in the last 4 hours? Like, hey, you've got to flush your kidneys out. That's a simple message. What's the right amount of water? Rule of thumb for me, you need to pass water every 4 hours. That's what I was asked, not how much water have you drunk. I'll use that. The pulse oximeter, taking a reading. Let's see a reading. That's a vital tool for people, I think. A very cheap, simple tool to go, how we're doing. And for them to understand that, okay, it's 94, but that's okay. It's 93, but that's okay. Because I came out at 89. I was ready to leave the hospital. Now, that's not a great place, but they needed the space. The point is you've been through that curve and you need to stabilize it and push out the other end. So giving them that context as a layperson. So having been through it as well, I think that's important because I can describe that to them.
Quite, you've got that direct experience. I think having a family member there as well, it's almost like you are the mediator and you're allowing that person who's suffering to speak as well, because sometimes even these conversations can be tricky. I know we've still got time. We're going to talk about long COVID. I know you've got some slides to share about that, but even at this point, maybe it could be a spouse or whoever it is can't quite express themselves, and you're almost that mediator. and why I'm sitting there with a smile on my face, because this is the role that often a family doctor or a GP plays. You know, how many times I'm not actually done so much medicine, but I've played that mediator role. Sometimes the answers are there and you're giving simple tips, but you're giving that. And as you say, you then check in again, maybe in a day or two, just to give that reassurance that, you know, it's not, you know, just sort of call them and that's it. So you've done this, I presume you've done this a few times with people. I know, yeah. How's it been for you? Is it a draining experience?
So it's interesting. So, you know, look, you know, I was blessed to have Brahmosai Maharaj's, you know, blessings throughout my life, and his message of in the joy of others lies our own.
Yes, of course.
Genuinely, I've tried to live that throughout my life as a compass, but it is part of my healing. If I can do something to make a difference, whether it's this way or whether it's to speak out when other people are too traumatized to speak out about what this was like and helping others to navigate it, fine. But do I feel emotionally drained afterwards? Yeah, of course I do. Do I feel physically exhausted because of the effects of COVID? I do. But it's a price worth paying for, as far as I'm concerned. It's, you know, I'm thankful for it. And, you know, I remember this particular chap, unfortunately, the following day, he was taken back in. His family told me, and they wanted to check him out again. I said, okay, let me know how it goes. They did all the tests and his lungs hadn't got any worse. They were the same as they were before. And he came back home. And I'll be honest with you, I have messages that said a week later that all he did was these exercises and he's so much better. I had lined up then a video call with him after, because he insisted on having a call with me because he was so, okay, he's lost his brother. All the situation has happened. But somehow, in a very simplistic way, he's turned it around. For me, the majority of people I've done this with, I don't have anything to do with afterwards. I do it on the basis of I help and say, that's fine, bye. If you need me, I'm here, but that's all I need to know that you've got through. And I'm sure you're the same in terms of your medical profession. That's, you care for everybody, but it's the purpose of caring for them, doing what you can when they need it, and then that's the only expectation you want, that they get better. So yeah, I've had messages and calls saying, look, it's had a tremendous effect. So it's amazing what a difference it made in just a week. But that's been common across everybody I've been involved with. So people in India I've done this with, I've done it with people in America, people across the whole of the UK. And what's interesting, this is something I want to share. When I was looking for how to battle this or deal with this when I was ill, all I was seeing was, how do I put this? Home remedies, or people who have had a mild suffering of it and say, yeah, I took two nights of sleep, total rest, paracetamol, some limbo, some ginger, whatever else. And yeah, you're fine, antibiotics. And that used to frustrate me because what I wanted to hear was as somebody who had it at the other end of the spectrum and got through. And when I put my post up on the 14th of April, 2020, in my narrative, I just lost my father, but it was more about thanking people for praying for me because the power of prayer came to the fore to me. I believed it, but I didn't really understand it until I was in that position. It gave me an extra wind, and I can't explain that. I said to you, it's like being in a boxing ring and it doesn't stop. But those last couple of days in hospital where things changed, when I was conscious enough to look at a phone, I couldn't read everything, but I realized it was goodwill from various people. And I was taken aback. But that gave me a lift. It gave me another wind, another strength to carry on going. But what I was going to talk about is this stigma of having suffered COVID. There's a fear, and there certainly was at the time, for people to openly say they've had COVID. So I said, I've got nothing to lose. I've been given a second chance in life. As far as I'm concerned, I'm going to do what I can to make a difference where I can. Done. So I opened up, and so many people benefited from me saying that. They've told me so, but people who I've helped still publicly will not, even whatever else we put out there, won't say that they've had it. But that's okay. But it makes you understand what the societal situation is.
Of quite that fear. I think of someone she shared on our group saying that fear of the unknown. So many things, historically, people with even other conditions, back in the day, do they feel it's some contagious? Is it going to affect them? Is this, all sorts of people's have their fear, and actually to go beyond that. But I think fear can be contagious, and people become a bit more self-centered rather than looking at the bigger picture. Well, actually, this is the person who's gone through this. Whatever reason, I need to sort of connect with them. But you're right, that, and you have to make it very frank that that's what they're feeling, but it's an unsaid sort of feeling about sort of fear of COVID, etc.
I've approached all of that kind of sentiment in a sort of, I put it in a box on its side. I've accepted that's how it is.
Yeah.
It's very easy in this situation to start questioning why and what, and feeling, I guess, looking inside and feeling sorry for your situation, however traumatic it is. But I honestly think there's a strength in changing their perspective. Okay, if you manage to fight through this, then you can do a lot more.
Well, with that, until the time, let's explore. So then this is where you may have some slides. This whole concept of long COVID, because when we spoke again, and that's when even your last session, that was your theme, was that one is going through the COVID at the time. The second was this whole journey afterwards. Actually, my body is taking a lot longer to recover. What on earth is going on here? And as you say, you get mixed messages as well. Some people seem to be recovering very quickly and carrying on. It doesn't seem to affect whether you're old or young. You've got elderly people who seem to have had COVID and are back, doing fine. You've got others who are very young and fit, like yourself, as you didn't really have any major past medical history, and really took months and are still on that journey of recovery. And why is that? So I know you may have some slides here you can show, but on post-COVID, which I thought was really interesting, and we should, because still, the topic is called either long COVID or post-COVID syndrome. And I think on this platform of Healing Our Earth, whoever's watching, you may know about it, you may not, but I think it'd be really good to talk it through. So
can you see my screen now?
Yeah, got it. Perfect. Symptoms of long COVID. I've got it here.
Yeah, perfect. So, oops. Previous slide. Symptoms of long COVID. I'll take my hand off this. Okay.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, it's there.
So I've listed a whole bunch of symptoms. I've been part of various studies, from the World Health Organization initial study on COVID. So I took part in that. I've been part of convalescent plasma research, and I jumped at the opportunity. I've been asked why. Well, why not? If you've suffered that much and you think you can do a little bit that might help somebody not suffer at all, then surely you've got to do it. Because
that's where I think you presume you donated some of your plasma, is that right? Or
yeah. So I donated my plasma, and I went to both the trials to do that. So there were 2 trials on plasma. But it was an opportunity to try and make a difference. There was no guarantee. Yeah. And I know you can get bogged down in the, well, who knows if it's going to work or not. It doesn't matter. The fact that it didn't work, it doesn't matter. We discounted the potential option. It was worth the process. It wasn't easy. It was tiring, but hey, I'm glad I did it. But I'm part of also a research called FOSP, PHOSP. It's another long COVID study, and sort of roughly 5 months after suffering from COVID is when they did the first that's when they did the trials, the first start of that research. And they put me through a whole lot of psychometrics, blood samples, tests on your memory, and then they actually put me through a bleep test. I was shocked that they did that. Let me take you back a bit and help you understand why I was shocked about that. So when people talk about long COVID or having been cured from COVID, it can get really frustrating. I'm going to share this openly. For somebody who's had COVID, the perception that other people have 2, 3, 4 weeks after you've come out of COVID, inverted commas, they say, oh, good to see you well again. And they haven't got a clue what's going on under the bonnet. And rather than get into a conversation with people, you just smile and go, yeah, I'm getting better. Not quite there yet. You keep it simple. But let me give people an insight. Let me give viewers and listeners an insight. So I described the journey to COVID. Thankfully, I made it out. And the following week, whilst I was trying to figure out in the short periods of energy I had during the day, how I was going to do my father's funeral, I had a message from Warwick Business School's Global Alumni Association. They said, would you mind sitting on a panel on COVID with a couple of other people, health industry experts, to share your insights? They said, all we want you is for 10 minutes. And I went, absolutely no problem at all. When are you thinking about it? And they said, look, take your time when you're better. And so between us, we agreed 5 weeks into the future was plenty of time. Now, let me tell you about that date, 5 weeks into the future. I was sitting midday at a dining room table on a very comfortable chair, supported in every place possible because I needed that support physically so I could breathe in any sensible way, which is something that I could never understand before. The webinar started at 12 o'clock. I had the first 10 minutes after the introduction. During my 10-minute session, my smartwatch started screaming at me.
Oh gosh.
I looked down and effectively my heart rate was 148. And the screaming at me is, you're sitting still, what's going on? Now, in the days before that, I was used to having a couple of hours where I'd be okay in the morning. Sleep wasn't a great thing, but it was better than what I had before. But suddenly you'd go off a cliff. So I'd get to a certain time around midday, and suddenly energy levels fall. You start getting some sort of low-level fever, and you just want to crash. And I did. But this is 5 weeks after that. To me, that was, wow, okay. The whole of that day, I had to try and bring my heart rate down. Doing whatever breathing I could do, doing whatever meditation I could do, clearing out the noise. But I had the discharge letter from Glenfield Hospital sitting next to me on my bed. And I was ready to call that if it didn't work. And it was only about 7:30 in the evening that I said, okay, I'll get through this, because it got down to 110 by then. Now, for those who try to get your head around this, if you go and do some exercise, do some brisk walking, and your heart rate will probably go to about 120 or something. If you do some jogging, maybe 130. Imagine your heart being that level throughout, and nothing you're doing is stimulating that. You're not doing anything physical. So the strain on your system can be physical and emotional. And that was a real, wow, wasn't sure about it, wasn't clear about this. So I describe on this slide the heart rate rev counter sticking. I remember having a car in the old days where you had a standard manual gearbox and a clutch and a accelerator and a brake. If it was a particularly old car, the rev counter might stick sometimes. You take your foot off the accelerator, but it will stay revved high.
Yes.
That's the best analogy I can give you for this feeling of your heart. So it wasn't just a situation. I knew my normal parameters would be around 98 to 110, 11, fine. And whatever the push was, the push could be an emotional push, could be me talking to somebody, or it could be trying to walk for 15, 20 minutes. I'd get through it. But if it pushed my heart rate past the rev counter number, which might just be something as simple as 120 or 130, it would stay there. I wouldn't know where that limit was. So it was a matter of learning and trying to figure it out. But a daily cycle would be, I could maybe do a couple of hours of something, talking, chatting, maybe sitting. I couldn't focus on a computer, that's for sure. And that was an example of a journey. That kind of thing lasted for months. 4.5 months later, I was thinking, okay, I've got a chance to go to the Neasden Temple to do some seva with my family. Things were open, and all we had to do was repackage some items from one box to another box, like a piece of cloth, sitting on a bench, 4.5 months after coming out of hospital. Within an hour, I wanted to collapse and lie down. Again, because the heart rate was so high, anything about temperature, something about keeping cool is important in recovering from COVID as well. My body, my hands used to swell. Even now, occasionally when I walk, they'll swell up. Certainly my feet used to swell up. And again, my heart rate would be so high and I'd just feel exhausted and I'll get some sort of warmth in the chest. People who've had COVID will understand what I mean. When I put my hand on my chest and that typical burning feeling on your chest, not everywhere on your body, just here, just reminds you of what this is. So these are the sorts of things that I'm talking about long COVID. And I didn't really understand the extent of it until I started talking to other people. And like you said, Milan, it doesn't matter if you had it mild or not. There are people who I was speaking to in the early days who had a week or something like that, and they were fine, and they went back to work maybe a couple of weeks later. But they were getting fatigue, extreme fatigue out of the blue, and it's not a constant. So I could get to a period, I think probably took me about 2.5, 3 months to go, oh, not so bad today. Okay, that's 2 days, that's 3 days, that's great. So by the end of that week, I thought, okay, I could talk positively about the recovery. But out of the blue, I'd be wiped out again. And that's another 2 weeks feeling exhausted and fatigued again. You think, okay, I'm not quite sure how this works. So it comes in waves. I've spoken to somebody who said she recovered. She got it in March as well. And she recovered by July. Her words, I fully recovered by July. And she'll do exercise. She'll do her normal activities. And then suddenly in September, she got chronic fatigue. And she got all these other symptoms that went with it. So it's a beast that we're still trying to get our understanding around. But it really is affecting a lot of people. For me, one thing that is now the stigma, I can show you by a video if you want to. I put a video together, I can talk about it, whatever works for you. But let me just explain to you. I'm in a fortunate position that I work for myself. In other words, I run my own practice in whatever I do. So my lecturing, my public speaking, my coaching is all me. And if I decide I can't work, I don't want to work, I won't. I'll worry about whatever the consequences are. The majority of people are employed. And in the face of COVID and furlough and job uncertainty, there is a genuine fear about opening up, about having brain fog. Because brain fog is horrible. My father, who passed away, had Parkinson's. So let me share why I'm saying this is horrible and the sorts of things that go through your mind. So I saw him with a level of dementia and Parkinson's for about 3 or 4 years. And I saw the personality change from somebody who's super bright, bubbly, and a great communicator to this. I found myself struggling to remember simple words in a sentence. If you and I are having this call that a few months back, I'd have to so consciously remember what your name is. Even though we're still speaking in mid-flight of this conversation, I'd forget what your name is. Simple things like that. Given what I do for a profession, I'm supposed to be a communicator. I'm supposed to teach people to do public speaking. I lecture, I do all this kind of stuff, right? Problem solving. And I was faced with going, okay, I really need to compose myself for the bits that I have to do when I have to do them. So my capacity for work, which I didn't tell the whole world about, was limited in a day. It take all the emotional and physical and focus, etc., to go. Take me a hell of a lot longer to prepare. I mean, the preparation I've done for today took me much closer to what normally would take. What I did previously took me so much longer. That's a little inside secret.
Yes, I think I remember you told me actually it took you a while to prepare that much. Yes.
Yeah, but it wasn't much in the scale of things from what I'm used to. My normal, whatever your normal is, with all this is just relative, right? For my normal, this is a crazy feeling that you're thinking. I mean, words on a screen or a piece of paper. I couldn't see the wood for the trees. I couldn't make sense of it. I used to ask myself, am I getting dyslexic? Am I losing? Am I gonna get this back? But these are the sorts of things that people are facing. Muscle loss is a common one. So you're told not to push your heart too hard. And because of the potential thing for breaking off and going to your brain and your heart and your kidneys and all of that kind of stuff, and which I was aware about. I told you about my heart rate and the rev counter, so I was taking it, trying to manage it. And yet 4.5 months down, when I went to this trial for FOSP, the very last thing they put me through is a bleep test. And they said, yeah. So a bleep test for everybody, again, I'll state the obvious for most people who know this. Think back to when you were at school in the gym, and the teachers used to put a cone at this end or a cone at that end and instruct everybody, on the bleep, you need to get to another cone. On the next bleep, you need to get back. So you do this, or you get to the cone and back in one bleep, whatever it is. But the timing, the interval of those bleeps gets shorter and shorter and shorter. So you have to get faster and faster and faster to stay within the bleep. So that sounds simple. But giving that kind of challenge to someone crazy like me who's competitive and driven, I was coughing my lungs out at the end of that. And I was just, my reassurance was, if they're putting me through this, they know better than I do. And I'm in hospital. What's the worst that's going to happen? So they really, in this research, they really are testing every facet they can come across.
Sure. So yeah, I think that those ones of muscle loss, brain fog, I think was a good one. And I think that insight into, oh my God, is this, am I losing my faculties? Are they going to come back? And then those sort of fears, which patients, do share, again, I'm privileged to be in a consulting with patients who will share and open up with things. But in the general public, you're right. If you're an employed person, would you share this in the public domain and think, oh gosh, is my job on the line if someone finds out that that I'm saying that I can't really think it as like before? So these are very sensitive topics, and as you say, muscle loss as well. For every day or week that you're lying in a hospital bed or in bed, that the muscles aren't working and they need to sort of get better again. I think it's probably at the screen as well. We're thinking of time as well in terms of our next speakers as well. So look, Sanjeev, we've been together now already for quite a while on a journey. We have talked initially about the diagnosis, that whole journey at that point, the breathing techniques of how you shared with others, and the belly breathing as well, and you shared the video as well. We've explored a bit of long COVID as well. We've got our last few minutes. I think would be nice. I'm sure we've got. Look, when you and I talked offline, we could talk for a long time, and even now we're running short of time. But I think was that from despair to hope, that sense of positivity. Now I think the last, we've probably got next 5 minutes together. Maybe that we could end with that sort of positive notes. What would you share from despair to hope?
Okay, so something that I think everybody has had the opportunity to do over the last 15 months of the pandemic is reflect on your own life. Reflect on what you're doing, reflecting on where you're getting the joy and tuning into that. Now, having been through the journey that we went through, I'm very public and open about, I think it's mind, body, and spirit. That the combination of that is where our harmony is, and trying to find that harmony. So, the great thing is that we're at the next stage of this. We're looking at opening up in the UK. The vaccine has been found, and it's a matter of time before it gets rolled out to everybody. But I think people need to use this time as an opportunity to reflect on their own world and be kind to yourself, because you have survived something that is something that is like prison for the human species, as I said at the beginning. But we've got through here, through whatever mechanism. We've learned to listen to our bodies more, I guess. For people like me who's still on a journey of exploration, who was, inverted commas, tough as nails and my GP has never seen me kind of person, to, okay, well, listen to what's going on and try and address it early on. And the self-talk, the mind part of it. I remember while I was lying in that hospital bed, that crucial night, I had these messages of goodwill, which in and out of consciousness I saw, and they meant a lot. But for me, faith plays a strong part in all of this journey. I was worried about everybody else. And my young daughter had sent me something, a clip from a Hindu scripture. And I hadn't the energy to even look at it. But I remember late at night, a message popping up, Dad, have you read my message? And that message was this. It was from a scripture called the Vachanamrit, but you'll find a similar message in the Bhagavad Gita, I'm sure, and other faiths. That what we have to do, people of faith, is to have firm faith, to have courage, and to have patience. Because, you know, whatever time you're going through will pass. And you can either embrace that and give it your all. And with the knowledge that you will get through, and that their God is always looking, He's always watching over us. And whatever the outcome, don't be bound by the outcome. Be bound by the effort and the focus that you have to have. It's allowed me to be thankful for everybody and everything I have. And I think there's a lot. I mean, I remember sitting in the bed and looking out of the window with awe at the sunlight, at the greenery of the trees. The sorts of lenses and eyes I had as a young child, I got back again. And I think it's an opportunity for all of us as we come out of this lockdown to look at the world around us with those fresh eyes, to look at our relationships with fresh eyes, and to say thank you, to say I love you to people more often, and to look at what you're doing in your day-to-day life and say, look, if today was the last day of my life, what would I look back at and say, I wish I'd let go of that grudge, let go of that relationship, maybe even in some cases, and all this kind of work. Because if it doesn't give you energy, doesn't help you grow, then why are you doing it? Find a pathway to doing where you resonate. And for me, that journey has led to trying to offer, you know, help and support in what I do to a wider audience more professionally. So, yeah, watch out for Guru Purnima, because there's a big launch coming for Sanjeev Speaks. It's a platform where, for me, it's a way I can speak to organizations, speak to individuals, help them in life coaching, help them with mentoring, or just help groups of people heal from where they were, find that resilience, find that purpose again, and really use this as a platform to reset and grow from here. So I think one of those things that I did, if I can share briefly, if we've got a couple of minutes, was when the India COVID crisis hit us, hit our screens. I was in the middle of launching this. It had only been a couple of weeks, and immediately we knew that the best place for our energy was to spotlight this cause. We took on a challenge on a Monday evening. It's formed at 11:30 on a Monday evening, where we talked about, well, if we wanted to do a cycle challenge, what would be dramatic? And we came up with this idea of 7,600 kilometers, London to Delhi. Fantastic. We didn't know where we'd get the bikes from, static bikes, and we didn't know how many people would volunteer, but I knew it was a great idea. We went public on that. So Cycle to Save Lives, BAPS charities were behind that. And I shared this message to everybody in my circle. I had lost that inhibition that I had before I suffered from COVID, by the way. If you have something that is pure, share it. What's the worst that's going to happen? I'm not imposing on anybody, but I shared my message, and I did it on Facebook. I did it on LinkedIn. I shared it with the Dean of Warwick Business School. And he used that to send an appeal out to the whole global alumni population of Warwick Business School. So people wanted to make a difference. They just needed a means to channel that. And we managed to raise, £750,000 in a week, all of which went straight to the underground, where we had ICU hospital beds. We have 5,000 volunteers out there, oxygen tanks. Everything happened in such a short space of time. So people can make a difference. For me, finding my purpose was all of this. So I help in any research I can get involved in. I help on platforms like this where somebody thinks I might be able to help. but it's about growing what I do for a living as well. So speaking on leadership, speaking on resilience, running courses to help people grow. It gives me a joy, and I've tuned in and realigned what I do day to day to go in that direction.
Fantastic. It's like, you said, a new birth, a new start in that sense. And, you've given yourself a recharge, really. And using each day, I think you said, each day as if it's your last, each day in completeness, whether it be in any interaction you have with others. And, even what you said before from long COVID as well, that sometimes there will be days where it's like one step forward, a few steps back, etc. And how you can pace yourself, really, I think it is a key thing message I'm taking across as well. Sanjeev, an hour's gone. So time flies when we're really enjoying our time together. But thank you so much for sharing with us so many themes. And hopefully those who've been watching have really enjoyed picking up on so many themes. I think particularly the breathing, the diaphragmatic breathing, being open about one's diagnosis, and knowing that there is some hope, some positivity after this, and sharing whatever those themes are. And I think you mentioned at the end, the lack of inhibition as well, that whatever something is pure to share. And yes, and last time in this cycle scheme for the COVID relief in India was a real project.
Sure, I know we're out of time, otherwise I'll show you a video of it. So
yeah, look, if you've got a short one, look, I know Dr. Nandita's here, Sheila's here, but if you've got something brief, I'm sure just something inspiring, nothing like an image to see.
Hopefully it's an uplifting video.
Yeah, so we can end with uplifting and then.
Okay, so you can see my screen, right?
Not yet. I think if you can share your screen.
Okay, let me know when you can see it. Okay, share my screen with sound. Okay, perfect. You can see this, right?
Yeah.
2020, when the world suddenly fell silent. We heard a voice from within us, a voice that echoed in the wisdom of our leaders, a voice that reverberated in the words and prayers of world leaders to save lives and safeguard life as we once loved and lived. That same inner voice was felt in the hearts of one and all, who came together to give their all, to help and heal the world. Men and women, young and old, of all ages, of all professions, of all races, religions and regions, of all cultures, communities and countries, united as one in perhaps one of the largest and longest humanitarian efforts in the history of humanity.
Here in the UAE, everyone joined hands to reach out to those in need. Of the many groups and individuals, all of them, the real heroes of our time, who have helped without holding back. The story of one such organization has moved me from within. The BAPS Hindu Mandir in Abu Dhabi. The leadership and volunteers left no stone unturned. Yes, they prayed, but persevered more. Yes, they served, but loved more. Yes, they helped, but healed more. I have seen them firsthand for myself, serving in more than many ways. Hundreds of patients were treated and supported. 75,000 hot meals were served and delivered home to home. 450 migrant workers were provided rent and shelter. A team of BAPS volunteers helped coordinate Vande Bharat flight.
Here in Consulate, we have got exceptional support from the BAPS community. So many of their volunteers have associated with us in terms of carrying out these activities of supporting the community and planning these flights.
And also provided air tickets in charity. Masks, sanitizers, and PPE kits were supplied in abundance. They supported nations by upholding health protocols, generating awareness, leading vaccination drives, counseling patients and families, providing emotional and spiritual support. Day and night prayers restored faith. The darker it became, the brighter they served. When India was struggling to breathe, the BAPS Hindu Mandir, with the generous support from the UAE community, supplied oxygen concentrators, 2,000 oxygen cylinders, an unbroken supply of liquid oxygen, and cryogenic tanks, enough to fill 100,000 oxygen cylinders, a non-stop supply of life-saving oxygen to 400 hospitals and clinics across 95 cities and villages.
But more than names and numbers, life matters more. True service is selfless. Charity with a heartbeat, end to end. From the hands of the donors to the hearts of the needy, in just matter of days. Every breath of life, every patient that survived, every family that smiled, reaffirmed our faith in the same inner voice.
The value of saving one life is priceless.
This voice reminds us that life is stronger than death. Hope is healthier than fear. It teaches us that we all have a choice. Yes, we do have a choice. Each one of us has a choice of remembering these times, not by death and disease, but by life and love. We can choose to remember the weather by dark clouds and storms that surround us. But we choose to remember the calm and warm sunshine that is around us. Yes, we can choose to mourn the past by what we have lost, but instead we choose to face the future by what we have. Not by what we couldn't do, but by what we can do. Our inner voice tells us that we have the light to redefine the meaning of hope, refine the meaning of harmony. We have the energy to generate more faith in faith. While we know times are tough, we also know we are tougher. But perhaps in times to come, in crises more challenging, before which we humans may be too small and too insignificant. Perhaps we may not be much, and perhaps we may not have much, but we know we have each other. Together, we are everything.
Okay.
Thank you. So, well, that was a lovely way to end. Some really inspiring scenes and so on. And as you say, together we are together, and we can serve as a species, really. Sanjeev, thanks again for that time together on Healing Our Earth. Again, we'll meet again in each month. I've seen you look stronger than even last time. So I think but as you say, each month is going forward. So good luck, even as you say, with the launch of Sanjeev Speaks on Guru Purnima and everything you're doing. Namaste to you, Jai Swaminarayan.
Namaste, and thank you to everybody at Healing Our Earth and all that you're doing to generate positivity and connect people spiritually together. I think it's an amazing thing you're doing, and I'm just thankful to be part of it. Thank you.
No, thank you. And yeah, I think these platforms, I think we've really learned so many, met new people today, and we're continuing on that journey now. Namaste, Sanjeev.
Namaste. Namaste.
Namaste, Sheila. It's our monthly get together.
Namaste. Good to see you again. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to America.
Good morning, and it's nice and hot here.
Good. Well, it's nice and hot here in London, so I can even say that. Well, I don't know quite now. I've closed the curtains, but well, I know we're running late, so I won't keep you much further. But I hope you've been keeping well. Last time we met on the COVID session, and I hope on your side, for those who are watching and don't know Sheila, Sheila's a very long time host here and is a dentist herself, a whole health dentist in the Bay Area in USA. And looks after things of underprivileged work as well, and has been voted sort of the Bay Area Woman of the Year. And do look up her biodata as well on healingourEarth.com, but certainly on the dental side of things. So I think between you and me, we've got some parts covered anyway. So it's funny when people come to me with a toothache, I sort of I'm not always sure. I say, well, you better go and see your dentist. But every other part of the body, I'm generally okay with. But with that, I'm going to hand over. I think what's exciting, I'm going to just share some slides from before, so you can see what we've got here, if we can find them, so we can see what we've got. So I'm just going to go from the beginning so we can see here. So Sheila, can you believe it? It's our 84th session. I don't know how many you've done.
I can't believe it. I can remember when this all started.
So yeah, I don't know if you, I'm sure you, it was very early in the morning, but I had a really fantastic couple of hours. I had Darshna, who you may have met before with a vaccine update. Ram, who was a director of a nursing home and then contracted COVID, and his whole sort of new life after this to become doing charitable work. We had Esther talking about an organization called Action Village India, and I learned something new about sort of rural India. And obviously we had Sanjeev for the last hour talking about his experience of long COVID and breathing techniques. Here's you, and we've got Nandita, Dr. Nandita Shah already on the call, and then you've got Kim and Chirag coming on as well. So I'll leave you with that. Here, everyone is talking about Wimbledon, as you probably know, in England, and there's a big football match on in the evening. So today is a very sports-orientated day in England for sure, but hopefully people are logging into this as well. And I think, you know, our connection with Healing Our Earth, really, of the different sessions we've had to promote a happier, peaceful and healthier global community. I think just those who are watching, do go back and look at some of the past sessions. They're all online and on YouTube, on various social media, to look at some of the teachings and what's been shared. Next week, Bollywood fun. So just thinking of next week, it's 18th, will be a Bollywood session, and the week after, celebrating and our respect for our gurus. So on the 18th is Bollywood, and on the 25th will be the theme of Guru Purnima. And I can see what you've got in store. A little plug for me, a particular project I'm involved in is something called the Chinmaya University, which is a campus developing in India, where you'll be learning ancient wisdom as well as modern techniques. So imagine studying management, but also studying the Bhagavad Gita. Imagine studying IT, but also learning Sanskrit as well. So do Google Chinmaya University. It's a project that I've certainly been able to support. And that was me. I think it's still an old picture, but I'm still have to wear my face mask at work and vaccinate a bit. Sheila, what have you got in store for us?
Oh, I've got such exciting guests coming up. My next guest is going to be Dr. Nandita Shah, and then I've got Dr. Kim, and then I've got Dr. Chirag, all talking about great things. And so make sure everyone stays tuned. And after that, I know what's going on over there, Dr. Millen.
Yes.
Everyone's going to be tuning into their television, right?
Quite exactly, we're all warming up. And again, it's that feeling of unity. I think it is how sport can bring people together. Health has done that, but it's interesting, and it brings the country together. So certainly in England, people are really rooting for this. I think people who don't even want to get in, don't know much about football, are saying, well, I better tune into this one particular match. So we'll see. I think last time about 25 million people in the country watched it at the same time. But So all those unifying factors. But no, I've had a really great session. I really enjoyed with Sanjeev before and also our previous speakers. I do tune back and my sort of take home message is that of togetherness, really, of connection. Sheila, I'll leave you to it now. Carry on.
Well, thank you, Dr. Millen, and good luck, England. I'll connect with you very soon.
Yeah, I don't know if there are any Italians watching, but anyway, whichever team wins.
Of course. Now, this brings us to our next wonderful guest, which is Dr. Nandita Shah. And she's going to be talking about turning the pandemic into a positive. Dr. Nandita Shah is the founder of Sharan, an organization devoted to disease reversal through food and building a culture of health. Dr. Shah is a doctor that believes each of us can be their own best doctor most of the time. Dr. Shah is the author of a book called Reversing Diabetes in 21 Days. She has received a prestigious Nari Shakti Award from the President of India in recognition for her hard work in the field of health and nutrition. The pandemic is often considered for many people to be very negative and that we have to be fighting it. But Dr. Shah believes that nature never makes a mistake, and the pandemic is here to teach us a few lessons. And if we learn them, we can secure our future as a species. So here we have Dr. Nandita Shah. How are you, Doctor?
I'm good, thanks. How are you, Sheila?
I'm so good. I'm so happy to finally meet you. I've seen a lot of your wonderful work that you do, and I've been listening to a lot of your YouTube channel and the wealth of knowledge that you have to share.
Thank you. And I know your parents, and so we are kind of connected, aren't we?
Absolutely. My parents had the great honor of being able to go to one of your health retreats.
Yeah.
So what are we going to be talking about today, Dr. Nandita?
So as you said, most people think of the pandemic as something negative. And I know that you've been talking about positive things. I mean, the previous speakers have. And mine is from a slightly different perspective. Like, I feel that there's so many lessons that we can learn from the pandemic that can make our future much more positive.
And that's a very different view, because a lot of people have been looking at the pandemic in a very negative light. So share with us a little bit about the positivity that you're talking about.
So first of all, I think that nature is perfect and nature never makes mistakes. And so if we have this new pandemic, it's to teach us something. And I want to just go back a little bit to my own life, because in 1997, I got a very severe case of Guillain-Barré, which is an autoimmune disease which found me completely paralyzed and I couldn't even turn in bed. And I decided, being a doctor, I just knew that the medicines that they used to treat this were medicines that I wouldn't want to have put in my body. And so I decided to treat myself at home, just without any medicines. And this was the biggest turning point in my life, because it was a lot of learning. I truly believe that disease is a path to personal growth. And I believe that this pandemic is a path to our growth as a species. So that's what I would like to talk about.
So that is so amazing that you kind of had something that you did you go through any conventional medicine, or you kind of healed yourself?
Well, it took a long time and it was worth it, but I didn't take any medicines. And now it's taught me everything that I do now, because I help people reverse disease with food. I'd like to share slides though. Is that possible?
Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead and share your screen with us. That would be great.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see your screen now.
Okay, great. And just a moment, 1 second, because I have. Okay. Sorry about that. So is the screen good now?
Yes, it looks wonderful.
Fabulous. So I want to say a word about Sharan. Sharan stands for Sanctuary for health and reconnection to animals and nature. And this also has a bit to do with my story because I lived in Mumbai, which is totally disconnected from animals and nature. And I moved because of my illness. Actually, my illness forced me to rethink my whole life, and I moved to Oroville, where I live totally in nature. And the day I moved into my house, a cat moved in with me, and I started observing animals in nature. And I thought that animals in nature know how to stay well. So why are we always sick? And that was the beginning actually of Sharan. Sharan's aim is to build a culture of health. And that's what I'm going to talk about through this topic too. So turning the pandemic into a positive, and Sharan helps you live a life without medicines. That means that we help people reverse diseases, lifestyle diseases like obesity and diabetes and high blood pressure and heart disease and cancers, kidney disease, autoimmune diseases, asthma and upper respiratory tract infections. And today people feel that many of these diseases can't be reversed, and urinary tract infections as well. Many of these things cannot be reversed, and they take medicines for these lifelong. These are the diseases that we work with, and actually they're called lifestyle diseases, which means that if we were to change our lifestyle, we could reverse these diseases. And I just missed a slide, but I want to come back to it. Today, it looks as if our earth is really sick. And we often think that the problem is COVID. And it is the present problem, but is it really our problem? Is the thing that we need to think about. So Sheila, just interrupt me anytime you may have something to say in between. Can I just go on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. So I was talking to you about how, for me at least, my disease was a path to personal growth. And I feel that this disease that our earth or all of us are facing right now could be a path to our own personal growth. So just to let you know, we help people reverse diseases with food. And it's so simple because like if you had a car that runs on petrol, you wouldn't put diesel in it, right? Or if you had a lion, you wouldn't, even if the lion is sitting in the grassland, it's going to wait till it finds a kill or its prey and kills it to eat rather than trying to eat grass, because instinctively or in its own manufacturer's manual, it knows what to eat. But we've forgotten that. Animals in nature know what they should eat, and if they're free, they will eat only the right things, but we don't. We have been taught by our culture, society, and advertisements. So I'm just going to quickly take you through coming back to our instincts. Like if we were on a farm or an orchard and saw fruits and vegetables, instinctively we feel like picking them. And this is actually the key, not only to saving ourselves from the pandemic, but even beyond. And, we also know that these lifestyle diseases are comorbidities to everything that's happening, and to the, like people who have these comorbidities are more likely to succumb to COVID. And so if we could work on these comorbidities, we would get so much further. Now, if we were to see a chicken or a goat or a cow, our mouths don't water. These are not our foods, but we're eating them. So it's like taking a car that runs on petrol and putting in diesel. It doesn't work. And, if you see something like this, maybe you'll feel tempted, but this is just our conditioning. And many of us here, because of our spiritual inclination, may be vegetarians. So these are the perfect foods for us, the foods that we are instinctively attracted to. And Many of us may be vegetarians, but actually milk and meat have the same properties: high protein, high fat, and no fiber, which is why vegetarians and non-vegetarians get the same diseases, because every mammal produces milk only for its young, and we kind of know this. Like, whatever I'm speaking is, to me at least, logical, and so I hope it will be for our viewers as well. So every mammal produces milk only for its young, and it's the same with us. And that's why babies don't want to leave their mother's milk. But when they're first given cow's milk, they never appreciate it. And that's why mothers add sugar and cocoa. But the very first thing our parents teach us is what to eat. And the very first food sometimes they give us is milk. And so we lose our instincts very early in life because we are being taught something that's opposite of our instincts. But nature is always perfect. And so I believe that even this pandemic is the perfect cue for us to change. And that's what I'd like to talk about. You know, our body is perfect, and we have different systems that are working in perfect synchronicity. Our respiratory system, our musculoskeletal system, our digestive system, our circulatory system, nervous system, we endocrine system, reproductive system. We actually don't need to think about everything. It just happens until we fall sick. And often we aren't even aware of how grateful we should be for everything till we fall sick. Isn't that true? And one of the lessons that we can learn from COVID is that we are actually all connected. Just like all the different systems in our body are connected, we human beings are all part of the earth, and so are all the other plants and animals. We are all connected. We breathe the same air, we drink the same water. And if we do something against nature, we have to bear the consequences. And whichever way you look at it, we've done something against nature here. And governments can implement changes, and they can make us wear masks or bring about lockdowns or even vaccination drives. But can this really take us away from COVID? And is COVID really the problem, or is it something else? So, as I said, all these lifestyle diseases can be reversed just by changing our lifestyle. And if we didn't have these lifestyle diseases, then COVID is not such a threat anymore. Even though, everyone can get COVID, but if you don't have these diseases, you're less likely to succumb, and COVID could be, to most people, nothing more than a really bad flu. So how can we reverse these diseases? Just by understanding what nature meant us to eat and follow a healthy lifestyle, not just with food, but with all our actions. And so if I think about what should be done to stop COVID, it's something that's hardly being done. For example, COVID started in a wet market, possibly. Maybe it started in a lab in Wuhan, but possibly it started in a wet market, and at least we know that it spread in a wet market. That means that when you have animals or animal tissues together in a closed space, in close confinement, in unhygienic conditions, the chances of these diseases to spread is much higher. And these wet markets aren't just in China, they are everywhere. We have them in India. I live in a village and they're all over everywhere. but I know that they're in the UK too, in the US too, and they haven't been closed down. We also know that COVID spread really fast amongst meat packers in units that were working with meat or in slaughterhouses. Now, first of all, these aren't foods that are natural to our species, but we've learned to eat them. Now we have all these animals in close confinement. These are spreading diseases. And all the diseases that we've had in the past have come from animals in the wild, or many of the pandemics that we've had in the past have hopped over from animals in the wild to the human population. And so we've also seen COVID in zoos. Here again, the animals are confined, or in mink farms where the animals are confined. And of course, wherever human populations are closely confined, like in New York or Bombay or Delhi, where we've had these huge outbreaks of COVID. But that's not really where most of it is happening. It's these factory farms where animals are raised in their own filth in a lockdown for their entire short lives. And at least to me, when I see what's happening in the lockdown, all I can think of is, other species that we have exploited and imposed a lockdown on for their entire life. And unfortunately, this is coming back to us the way karma always does. So if you look at this diagram, and it's not perfect, but it gives an idea of how livestock, if you look at all the biomass of all the land mammals on the earth, livestock takes up a huge chunk, more than humans. In fact, we're almost 8 billion on this planet, and almost 80 billion land animals are slaughtered every year for food. And if you've seen Seaspiracy, you know that things in the sea are not much better. But coming back to land, these livestock have taken over, and wild animals hardly have any space left. There's species going extinct every day. We are losing biodiversity. And as we lose biodiversity, we're losing forests, clean air, and everything. So there's a huge ecological impact because all these animals that we are raising in close confinement need water, land, energy in the sense that you need energy to grow food, to feed them. You need energy to take them to slaughterhouses, to slaughter them. And then you need energy to keep those carcasses refrigerated and move them back to the consumers. So it's a lot of energy compared to, say, an apple or an orange. And they pollute the air, and they all require food. And we have so much starvation, yet we're growing food to feed animals that are higher on the food chain so that we can eat them. So I have this diagram here, and this is from Cowspiracy, and it shows that 1 to 2 acres of rainforest are cleared every minute for animal agriculture. That it would take, like one hamburger is equal to 660 gallons of water, which is equivalent to a human being showering non-stop for 2 months. Or that these are causing climate change because 51% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from livestock, as opposed to 13% from all the modes of transport combined. That means trains, planes, cars, everything combined, ships combined. And that this livestock produces more waste than so many people that we are. So we are creating waste. We are destroying the only home that we have. And if we were to shift from an animal-based diet that we have today to a completely plant-based diet, then we would need 90% less croplands, which means that this land could go back to become forest, that we would produce 96% less greenhouse gases, and we'd need 94% less nitrogen fertilizer. Isn't that just mind-boggling? But to put it really simple, we could create more food per acre just by growing fruit trees than we could by raising animals for food. That means if we were to use a small amount of land to grow fruit trees, we could feed a lot more people than using a large amount of land to raise animals to feed people. And while we're doing this, since we're growing trees, we would be reducing greenhouse gases, protecting our planet from climate change, and also letting the animals go back into the wild, which means that we would be more secure from pandemics. So our real problem is not COVID, it's just like a teaser, but our real problem is climate change. And so I say that our earth has a problem because of what we're doing, and that problem is cancer. It's as if the planet has cancer, because what is cancer? Cancer is an unrestricted overgrowth of undifferentiated cells. That means the livestock and humans, to the detriment of the whole organism, which is our earth. So COVID is just something that's giving us a hint. And, I always liken this to our body, because when we get sick, our body produces symptoms. And often what we do is take medicine to take away the symptoms. And that, I feel, need not always be done, because symptoms are the only way our body can speak to us and let us know that something's wrong. And you're a holistic dentist, so I'm sure that you and I have things in common, or we probably think along similar lines.
Yeah, absolutely.
And thanks. And so we are producing climate change, and right now we can even control COVID. Like, we can go into lockdowns and we can do social distancing and wear masks and vaccinate. But if we don't solve this problem that everyone's distracted from right now, then we are going to be in a real mess. So to turn this pandemic into a positive, I believe that we should take into account all the messages from the pandemic, which is go plant-based for health, so that we could make sure that we don't have all these lifestyle diseases, which are comorbidities for COVID-19. And that would help automatically arrest climate change, and it would save billions of animals from intolerable cruelty. And I believe that, some of the human afflictions, psychological afflictions, like depression and anxiety and hopelessness, is because of what we're doing to animals. It's coming back to us through the hormones that they produce. And when we eat their secretions, or when we eat their flesh, we are consuming hormones like adrenaline, which in turn causes anxiety, stress, etc. This would save biodiversity and decrease starvation and other inequalities. And so we could actually save ourselves and the planet. So this, I'm sure everyone's seen this, but this is an image of our egocentrism. And this is an image of our what we could be if we were ecocentric and if we could look at the planet and us as just a part of the whole. So I just want to end with how Sharan can help, and everyone can see Sharan's website at the bottom of the slide. We have a lot of information about how you can prevent and reverse diseases just through food. We have consultations, and we have a team of doctors and nutritionists. We also have a team of cooking experts, because I believe that people are going to miss things that they may not be able to have if they're going to go plant-based. And we also know that all over the world now, people are working towards plant-based options, plant-based dairy alternatives, cheese alternatives, meat alternatives, fish alternatives, because that's the only way we can save our planet and then obviously us. And we also have fabulous online programs so that we can help anyone reverse lifestyle diseases. So I just like to invite everyone to look at our website and see what we have to offer. And that's kind of my presentation. So back to you, Sheila.
Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. Such a wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much for reminding us how important it is during a pandemic to build up our bodies also, so that when, even if you're vaccinated or if you're going to be exposed to COVID, that you can actually fight and your body can actually heal itself. Can you share with us, other than the plant-based diet, other things we can do diet-wise to help build our immunity up?
So you mean within the plant-based diet, what can we do more? That's what you mean?
Is there special, like I know turmeric helps, for example. Is there certain things that we can eat or certain herbs we can eat just to really boost immunity?
Here's what I believe, that our body knows what we need and nobody's the same. So for example, if you love tomatoes, it means you may need the lycopene from tomatoes, or you may need the nutrients from tomatoes. But if I love cucumbers, I need the nutrients from cucumbers. And so I generally don't tell my patients that everyone needs to take turmeric or everyone needs to take so and so. Of course, there are things that are good, but I would like to generalize and say that the very best is raw, because all the animals on the planet eat their food raw. Also, as whole as possible, because the maximum nutrients are just under the skin. And so if you peel everything, you're losing too many nutrients. And nutrients are the spare parts for healing. So if we lose the nutrients, how are we going to heal? And of course, organic, because chemicals are not just hormone disruptors, they're carcinogens. Our body knows how to deal with, I believe, bacteria and virus, but it doesn't know how to deal with chemicals. And so even medicines, which are eventually chemicals, cause fatty liver and other diseases because of large doses of medicines given. And I'm facing these kind of patients every day, people who've been on medication. And for example, a very common one is the sulfonylureas that are given to diabetics that cause their pancreas to burn out, because it forces their pancreas to produce more insulin. And then they're given insulin for the rest of their lives. So that's why I want to concentrate on healing without medicines and by listening to the body, because the body knows how much to eat. Like, we're eating far more than we should, But here's what we could do. For example, now there's intermittent fasting, which is kind of a fad, but it's actually what we were meant to do. Because if you were living in nature, then you cannot forage for food before it's dawn, and you cannot forage after sunset. And so automatically your hours of eating are restricted. But now that we have electricity and we are up all night, we may be eating for many more hours. So intermittent fasting is just a way to bring us back to nature. But I mean, it's a fad, but it's not really, there's meaning behind it, you know? And so if we were to have sleep at the right time, exercise, not over exercise, because some people over exercise, and I believe that rest and exercise need to be balanced. So, but if we were to do all these things, live the way nature designed us to live, get plenty of fresh air, which we are missing now, and sunshine too, then we could be healthy.
Yeah, that reminds us that we all need to be getting that vitamin D from the sunshine. And what do you feel about vitamins, for example? A lot of the vegetarian diets, they lack B12. Do you suggest supplementing with B12?
So I always check everyone before I treat. And I found that it's not just vegetarians, but it's vegans, vegetarians, and non-vegetarians who suffer from B12 deficiency for different reasons, which I won't go into here. But if someone wants to know, it's up on our website under Try Vegan. But B12 is only produced by bacteria. And in our super hygienic lifestyle, we are missing B12. So B12 definitely needs supplementation. Maybe not so much in the US where all the foods are fortified, but if you're eating more natural foods, then you need B12 supplementation. And also, vitamin D needs supplementation in many people. And that's just because our body creates vitamin D. It's a hormone that's created by the action of the sun on the skin. And if we get the sun on our skin through something else like windows, clothes, sunscreen, or even pollution, we aren't getting vitamin D. And so that's why we need to have vitamin D. But if we were living in nature, we would not need any supplementation. And so I try to avoid supplements, and I'm forced to prescribe vitamin B12 and D.
Thank you. Your team has a wonderful support group for people that have had COVID or have COVID. And what did you find really helped people when they did catch it? Did you give them a special regime to kind of help them get through that difficult time?
How much time do I have?
Give us the highlights.
Okay, so it's a little long because it's something very different from what most people are thinking. However, if I could reverse Guillain-Barré without any medicines, then what is COVID? So I really don't prescribe medicines for COVID, and we've now had a lot of experience with a lot of COVID cases, and we haven't lost a single one. And the very first wrong thing that people do when they get a fever is take paracetamol, which means that you are saying, shut up to your body. Your body is creating a higher temperature so that the virus or the bacteria or any other organism cannot multiply. And now we are bringing down the fever so that the organism multiplies. And then we look for antibiotics or antivirals, as the case may be. So I never prescribe medicines. But here's what I might prescribe at that time. Maybe some hot water with turmeric or one of those ginger, whatever the patient needs, you know. But I don't prescribe medicine for COVID.
And I know shortly we're going to be moving to our next guest, which is Dr. Kim, and our wonderful host Sharon that's going to be helping in. And I want to involve them in that conversation too, because I could see Dr. Kim was kind of nodding her head through the whole thing. So I know that's something that she believes in too, is having the body heal itself through this difficult time. But Dr. Nandita, when somebody gets COVID, they do panic and they do get really stressed out. And the first intuition is, I've got to take some medicine, and I've got to do something, or sometimes they have difficulty breathing. And I know on your site you mentioned that there's some breathing exercises that people can look up, and there's certain things that they can do. So for those people out there that either have COVID or they are, they're just worried about it, what are some of the steps from the initial point of feeling that they have something? What can they do?
So here's the thing that we have. We have a COVID desk, which somebody can register on as soon as they get a fever, whether it's COVID or not, because you don't know right away what it is, right? And at that moment, someone goes on with them, and this is a service for 14 days, 24/7. That means they can call at any time of the day and night. If they're getting breathless, we help them get out of it. Whatever it is, we help them through and lower their anxiety. And now that we've been doing this, we can surely say it works. Wonders.
Wow. And there's even certain positions that they people have to be in, right? Could you quickly just share that with us?
Well, so if basically, we don't use oxygen because extra oxygen can also harm the lungs, right? So if their oximeter is showing that their oxygen levels are low, then we ask them to sit forward with a fan so that they get more circulation in front of them. And if they're lying down on the prone position rather than on their back, they would lie on their chest so that the heart doesn't press on their lungs. It increases the lung capacity. And then have a fan in front of their face or close to their face so that they get more circulation, and keep checking. And it works. It works.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
actually, one of the most frightening things is their anxiety. If you can bring down the anxiety, it will work. And that's what we do. We just bring down the anxiety because it's not as dangerous as it's fearful.
Absolutely. And I'd like you, since you're here, Dr. Nandita, I would like to introduce you to Dr. Kim, who's our next guest. She's all the way here in America. She has a lot of experience with healing medicine over 30 years. She's a naturopathic medical doctor, and she's also a Qigong instructor since 1996. So I would like you both to kind of say hello to each other, since I've got one in India and one of you in America. We'd love to connect. Dr. Kim, would you like to share any thoughts that you have from what Dr. Nandita was just saying?
I really like the connection that she was making about how the meat workers seem to be more susceptible in India. I found that very interesting. I hadn't heard that. And just some of the connections to our environment, how we are symbiotic with the planet and how important that is for people to rediscover that. And I was going to kind of talk today a little bit about so it's kind of a nice lead in from all the good information that she had to kind of talk about how it's impacted us on a psychological, spiritual level, and how those things also help us recover. So that was so I really enjoyed her talk, and I felt it was really helpful, especially, working with the body, working with natural things to help people overcome what makes people susceptible. And this is huge. This is all about what's going on right now. So I really appreciate her bringing that into her talk. It was really good.
Yeah, it was kind of quite shocking to see the impact that just meat has on our environment, especially, you know, I'm in California and we're getting record heat, and even different parts of the world, and we're kind of, you know, exceeding 100 degrees here. So we really have to start doing something before it becomes a problem that is irreversible. So Dr. Nandita, thank you for bringing up how important it is to be eating a plant-based diet. And me personally, 2 years ago, I kind of started moving towards a plant-based diet, and I noticed such a difference in my health, clarity, and just it made such a huge difference. So thank you for talking about that and the importance.
So I'm so impressed that you said clarity, because that's something that I didn't have time to talk about. And I just want to leave them with one YouTube video by Dr. Michael Greger on the history of pandemics, past and present, you know. It's just amazing because it gives clarity to what all we have been speaking about. Yeah.
Yeah, we better make sure we all watch that. I think the more educated we are, the more we can learn. And even for and even Dr. Kim and Sharon and Dr. Nandita, if we can all just chime in, there are a lot of people that do have comorbidities, high blood pressure, diabetes, and all these things. And sometimes for them, they may think like, oh my gosh, it's too late because I'm very high risk of COVID. What do you suggest for these people, Dr. Nandita, just start the journey? And are these things
Absolutely.
that
It's never too late. It's never too late. And, you know, not everything is reversible. I can't say that every case of cancer or autoimmune disease is reversible. But here's what I can say, that every single one will get better. So why wait?
Right.
Absolutely.
I have a patient who had COVID confirmed and was living with extended family that had COVID confirmed, and she was going through radiation treatment. And she's a cancer patient. I always work with more internal medicine and people that do have comorbidities like this. And she did exceedingly well, and they didn't even stop the radiation treatment because we were able to clear the disease. So, you know, it can certainly be done, you know. And I think that's a good point, that, you know, again, the fear is as much a killer as anything else. So, you know, we really have to teach people to learn to connect to their bodies, learn to connect to nature again, and understand that there's a lot of support systems. Not that I haven't seen in hospital some of the medication actually work. It's not to negate that. It's just to say that you are at less risk when you actually start to make these connections. And then that's a lot of why this is happening on a spiritual level, I believe, you know, is to get us to reconnected. You
know. And obviously there is going to be a point where you have to seek medical help, right? And when do you feel that is where, you know, things are getting so bad that you need help? When do you feel that is, Dr. Nandita?
Oh, well, it's in different situations, in different cases, right? So I don't do any treatment without lab reports regularly. So for example, if I'm treating a case of cancer and I see the, you know, cancer markers going up, I'm not going to sit and wait. Or if I'm treating a case of chronic kidney disease and I see the creatinine going up pretty high, then I would, you know, or swellings in the legs or whatever, I wouldn't wait. So I'm not against, in fact, I think that medicine is absolutely required in some cases, but I wouldn't start with medicine for every fever.
That's a great point, that going through the holistic approach where we're looking at health and nutrition, what you're saying is conventional medicine absolutely has its place. It's kind of finding that right combination where we're working on building our health, building our bodies up first, and then if necessary, then going towards a conventional path. But many lifestyle diseases can actually be reversed.
And all too often, conventional medicine can also have side effects that can be harmful. So if they're not, you don't need it, why start, right?
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Dr. Nandita. We definitely have to go to your website and look at the wealth of information that you have on there. And hopefully we'll have you again on the show, kind of helping us, educating us to lead healthier and happier lifestyles. And I'm so glad you touched upon even anxiety and depression, which is a global issue right now. So many people are suffering from anxiety because they've been at home, they've lost that connection. And that connection between eating meat and having more anxiety and depression. And there's definitely ways to support our viewers here to make sure that they eat healthy and their mental health gets better from many different things, including breathing, yoga, meditation exercises.
And if we are exploiting other species, how are we going to be peaceful?
Absolutely.
I truly believe that. Yeah.
So Dr. Nandita, do you have any final words to share with our audience today?
Only that it's all in our hands and we can together build a culture of health.
Oh, thank you. Very well said. And it's been an honor to have you here and share your wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much. And feel free to stay on. And if you want to interact with Dr. Kim and Sharon, I know they have.
I would love to. And it's really late at night here. So.
Oh, thank you. What time is it out there?
Now it's just past 10.
Oh, okay. I know that's a very important time to be sleeping early for regeneration of hormone and health, right?
Yes, and tomorrow is Monday. But yeah,
well,
I would love to, and I'm sure I'll catch up with her on her website or whatever. Yeah.
Absolutely. And thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing you soon. And now it brings us to Dr. Kim. I know I gave a brief introduction. Hi, Dr. Kim, how are you?
Good. Wonderful to be here. Thank you.
And you're sitting next to our lovely host, Sharon, who's one of our wonderful hosts on the show. That's always such a joy to see you, and you always have such wonderful input. So what are we going to be talking about today, Dr. Kim?
Well, I've been feeling that it's important to kind of bring in how this experience of COVID, how this has affected us as a collective, as a world collective. And what I've noticed over the last year and a half, having worked with it, having had COVID myself pretty strongly, as well as just how it's impacted us on a psychological, emotional, and spiritual level. That's not to negate any of the physical effects, of course, but I think it's important, at least I've become more aware of how this has shifted people's perspectives in a positive way, as well as with fear and anxiety, and just how the importance of how to maybe approach that in your life. And there's some things that I've learned from some of my patients, even though they didn't actually get sick per se, that just how that's affected them and what their needs were, and it's interesting because it varied person to person quite a bit. There are certainly collective needs for all of us on the planet with this, for sure. And I think there's a purpose to it. Not that there isn't negative things and people aren't dying and people aren't suffering. That is not to negate any of that, but just to say that there is a learning and awareness that can come from this. So that's kind of what I wanted to focus a little bit on today.
Absolutely. Now, do you have some slides you'd like to share with us, or?
Yeah, I've had a patient who's in transition with dying. So even though I'm a PowerPoint, I don't want to say expert, having taught at medical school, I've got the PowerPoint thing down, but we're going to actually just do a little talking, I think, today. We didn't
Absolutely. I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah. So that'll be a little different, but it's nice to have variance in your guests, so we can do that. So really, one thing that I noticed or I wanted to share is that you don't have to go away, Sharon.
It's hot.
Oh, she's hot. We're a little warm here.
It's the global warming
Not as
because
warm
of
as
the
you are.
apples that we're eating.
Well, we're used to high mountain temperatures, so being in the around 90 is pretty hot for us. I lived in Phoenix, Arizona for a long time, so it doesn't seem to bother me too much, but I know some folks it's a little intense.
No, I completely understand. I'm in California right now, and I'm just sitting here, and I couldn't put the AC on because otherwise the noise.
Oh,
and I'm
right,
sitting there, and I'm like, wow, this is really hot.
Well, Sharon turned the fan off, but I thought it might give us a little, little breeze with our hair and stuff. So one thing I noticed, so I actually came back from Hawaii early 2020 in early January, the first week of January, and I actually picked up COVID from a hopper flight, and I didn't know what that was, but having worked with viruses a lot, which I do holistically. Being a medical herbalist for a really long time, I found with H1N1, and I had some patients with H1N1 the first year because I was in Phoenix area and we had a lot of crossover from Mexico, that I realized that there weren't a lot of products available, things, people weren't working on things, kind of like immunizations are, where you're changing with the mutation of a virus. And I've worked with chronic viruses for a long time, like Epstein-Barr and cytomegalo. I worked with AIDS quite a bit earlier in my career. And I work with a lot of people where they have underliers like this that actually create or set them up for other situations like autoimmune diseases and things. And so I'm always looking. I feel like I have this relationship with viruses, and it's not necessarily negative. We have symbiotic viruses in our body, like we have good bacteria. And some of those studies are just starting to really come to the attention of doctors through scientists who are doing this about the symbiotic nature of what we have with viruses. So it's not all bad, and a lot of people may not be aware of that. But I think over time that'll become more relevant and there'll be more information available to people. Certainly the idea of probiotics, that we have a good bacteria that helps us break things down in our gut. And of course, going back to like eating raw food, we need that to be active because some people who don't have a good environment of positive bacteria in their gut, they're not going to be able to break down raw food. I myself am pretty much a vegetarian. I've been that way since I was 14. So not that I believe that's necessary for everyone. I certainly have to be very careful to eat a lot of proteins because I'm O positive blood. But I understand the nature of, the process that happens with certain foods. And this is really such a huge point to get into, is that when you establish that kind of natural health with your body, it does make a massive difference in how you respond to these things. Like a pandemic, like I don't even want to use that word, like a virus that's virulent, that can cause a lot of damage for people and death. I have a patient who's worked with me for a lot of years, and he was kind of in a very stable position in his 70s, an elder, and did have some underlying health issues that we resolved a lot of them, but had a really good environment to his body, resolved atrial fibrillation, other problems, was not on any medication for that anymore, working with the cardiologist. I actually sent him to the cardiologist, so that we could work on this. And the person did contact COVID. I was not in his world at the time that happened, and he ended up in hospital. And when that happened, he actually did get put on a ventilator. And because his body was underlyingly so healthy, the doctor that was working with him in hospital actually told him and the family when he was on ventilator that based on what she's seen, he wouldn't come off, that he wasn't going to survive. He had no problem coming off that ventilator. And that's a true story. And so now, this is a few months later, he's back to pretty much almost 100%. He's got his energy back. He's done a lot. He's made a lot of effort to do a lot of treatments as well as supplements and things, which we've been doing to get his health back. But he's pretty much 100%. So, and this is someone in their late 70s with some health history. So I think that's just proof that when we create that right environment, and it's never too late to start, So, and you just heard that I'm echoing, right? Dr. Nikita's information. So I think that, getting into what happened emotionally, when I experienced this COVID, because I have an experience with viruses, I literally was getting off a plane in the Denver airport and I felt this thing go into my lungs. And I don't really have a lung history. I worked in pulmonology before I was even a doctor for 20 years. I used to run ventilators. I was a paramedic. So I really do understand like this kind of emergent thing that happens to people. And when this was happening, I was looking through my luggage to find some plant medicine that I had taken with me to Hawaii, just in case I picked up something. I kind of overdo that. But what is going on? What's entered my body? I could literally feel this virulent thing coming into my system. And that's the thing about being in touch with your body. Not to say that, I'm a master at that, but just having really committed my life, even before I was a naturopathic doctor and an acupuncturist, to natural medicine. It's always been a calling, even as a medical herbalist. And I started studying at 14 and then worked with a lot of people and apprenticed. It was like that connection to plants, to the earth. That's been a really huge part of my whole journey. So, that thing that I was cognizant of what was happening and I could take action, right? I think that's really part of this is everyone becoming aware that we need to have that connection, and that's a divine connection as well. It's not, we've got our body, the earth, and then our connection divinely as well, that just needs to be in balance. And I see that people, no matter what health history they have, and I work with a lot of people, I did my residency in cancer. So I work with a lot of cancer patients and oncologists, so it's not all that I do, because I like to work with neurological conditions. People, most of my patients, occasionally I'll get a holistic person who just wants me. I live in a holistic community, so I do get people who want to go over their supplements and, am I doing things, what's best for me? But generally I get people worldwide. I work with clients even overseas in New Zealand and other countries, where we're talking about holistic health. How can we get our bodies to respond? And so, that was something I was aware of right away. And so I was able to take action on that in a holistic way. And after 4 days of really feeling the intensity, and this is the first wave of COVID, which isn't to negate the Delta wave or, anything that's going on in certain places in the States. Supposedly we have this new COVID mutation, which is pretty normal for viruses, not so much in the summer. We usually see certain, viruses, we see certain waves of when they mutate. That's why usually immunizations for flu and stuff come out in the fall, because it's based on mutations, right? And I'm actually making herbs and things now to go with the mutation of the viruses, not only with the flu, but with COVID as well. So, I'm following that natural order, and I'm finding that plants are responding, because the beautiful thing about plants, for instance, is that some of the best antiviral plants, like we have chaparral in the desert, it has antiviral properties in its leaves to protect itself from viruses. And so that's why we're getting this benefit from the natural world, because those things work with us. We're symbiotic with plants. Plants actually totally mirror our DNA, and that's been borne out in genetic studies. Some friends of mine at ASU and some other places have determined that over the last 10 years, that we really have a mirroring with plants. So, that whole concept that, God created things on the earth to help man, woman, whatever, there's a truth to that energetically, that we have this symbiosis. We're producing carbon dioxide, the plants are giving us oxygen. So, when we start to really look at the natural world that way, we understand that really everything we need is here. And medications are always been designed. And in Arizona, for instance, not here in Colorado, we have pretty new licensing, but I have full spectrum of pharmacology that I can use. And that's been true for 20 years. DA, all of the medications. So, do I use them? Not so much. It helps me to understand what the medicines do, because I work with a lot of people who come into me on 20 meds, 30 meds sometimes, kidney failure, heart failure. And, I've got to integrate these plant medicines, these natural medicines in with what is in their body, and, as was said before, the medications have they have a place, and they certainly can save people's lives, but especially in the long term with chronicities, they can certainly create another problem of toxicity in the body. And so that's where, holistic health, getting your body in health, even if you have to be on meds, there is a way to improve your immune system. And our immune systems have an innate intelligence. It just always, amazes me every time I face a situation with a patient where I see the immune system wake up, when it gets what it needs. And that's really what we're talking about, because the immune system is not just affected by what we put in our bodies. That's part of it, food wise, medicine wise. It's also energetically our emotional body, our psychological body. This has such a massive, we're a whole human being. We have a soul, we have a human, and that's what really natural medicine is about, or I'm going to should be about, is getting people in touch with their whole beingness. Because if you're in a state of fear and anxiety, and I'm not saying that isn't a natural response to something like this, like COVID, it's certainly a very scary thing, but that is a huge part of the healing process. One thing I found with some of my elders here in this community is many of them were coming to me for treatments. They enjoyed treatments, and maybe I was helping them with some of their underlying health issues, but many of the people were fairly healthy. And they would come and get acupuncture, and I do a lot of qigong and energy work on people. And I also do a lot of physical medicine. As a naturopathic doctor, I can do manipulation. I used to be a massage therapist and craniosacral, all that. So it just depends what the person needs, and luckily, having practiced a long time, I kind of am open to, like, what does this person need in this moment? But that was like maybe their experience with me, and supplements, whatever. And then all of a sudden this COVID thing happens, and maybe they didn't even get sick. Many of them didn't. But I said to them, because I've been virtual for like 10 years and I work with people overseas, I work with people in other states in the US as clients, to help them. And they're my holistic clients, right? What do you want to see with your health? Where it's really as important as being a doctor, right? I don't want to doctor people, right? I want to work with them on their health. And so even though I love being a doctor, I love being able to work on that level with them physically. It also means finding whole health. And what I found about a lot of these elders is there was so much fear and anxiety that came up for them. And when I said to them, look, we can do a phone consult, we can do a video consult, if they were savvy for that, because I had the tools to do that. I've been set up like this for over 10 years. And they're like, oh, I didn't realize that. And I was thinking to myself, what are they going to talk to me about? That was my first thought. Like, what are they going to spend an hour or 50 minutes talking to me about? And believe me, I didn't have enough time to talk to them. They wanted 2 hours. Then they said, can I have another phone consult next week? Because this was such a huge blow to our psyches as human beings on the planet. I'm not sure, is 6 feet enough? Can I be sitting outside? All these things, how good is my mask? What are other ways that I can improve my health or my immune system to be able to handle this? And then it really became like, what do you need psychologically to handle this? A lot of people found that they needed retreat, and we're in the land of retreat here. We have almost every, Sharon's laughing, because we have almost every religion in the world represented in Crestone, which is great blessing. I mean, it's this place here in Crestone, and I'm sure this has come up on other talks, like other places in the world, Crestone's not alone, but it has been a tradition of a place of healing. And if you come to Crestone with any other agenda, even if you think you're just coming to create a healing center, you're going to be healing yourself. So I've had my journey. Fortunately, when I first came here, I still had a full-time practice in Phoenix, and I had a place to come here for a retreat. And I pretty much spent at least 3 days to 4 days on my weekend in meditative retreat. I committed to Medicine Buddha. I did a lot of work like that. I'm also do a lot of yoga, Ashtanga and stuff, and meditation. So, I knew what I was getting into. I had land here over 20 years. So I knew that I needed that time to work on myself. But, we see this. We have so many wonderful traditions here, and how they've been affected. Most of them closed down. It's like, well, this is what people need the most. How can we make this work in our community? Like we want this access. And what it did was push a lot of the retreat centers to be able to go online. This is a wonderful tool. It's not the same as being in person, but it certainly takes it creates an environment that we can reach people. It's a massive thing. And, thank goodness that we can use the positive side of communication to do that. And I noticed that. I mean, I noticed that the psychological and emotional health of my patients that were going through this conundrum, going through this real difficult time, was huge in their healing. And as they moved through that process, whether they took more retreat time, which I thought was amazing. I'm like, you're living in a place of retreat, and yet they needed to be isolated more, and it was positive. And then the next person needed less isolation. And then it was like, how can you communicate with others? Get on a mutual talk. I was training, like elders in like how you can get on your computer or talk to your family, and so that was part of the healing process, and it's still going on, right? It's still going on. Those now in the US, most states are opening up and people are able to do things again. And some people don't want to come out of retreat, which is good and bad. Sometimes it can become an escape, but I think that I've counseled people to, take that time. And how are you using that retreat time? Are you just, not focusing on other things, listening to news and getting full of anxiety, whatever that might be? Or are you actually using that as productive time to heal yourself, to strengthen your immune system? It's huge, and I think that that's a huge part of this healing process that we cannot ignore. It is part of this. We've been hit with this blow. I mean, it is an attack. The COVID experience was an attack. However you want to look at that, politically, I don't care. It's not about that. It was an attack to our psyche, us as a community worldwide, right? And we're all experiencing something from that, pretty much. I'm sure there may be some people in a jungle or somewhere where maybe they don't know, but for the most part in the world, I think that that's not happening like it maybe did 20 years ago. I think everyone pretty much has some impact by this. And that brings the world together, that brings us together. And it's crucial. We need to, in order to solve the problems that we have, to be able to move forward with the process of evolution, so to speak, spiritually or whatever, we need to come together and understand how much we are alike and how much we need to support each other. I know with one of our meditation groups, and we were doing virtual, and we still have virtual. Sharon and I are in this. And when we first came together, I just remember all of us going like it's so powerful for us to be together doing this and sharing this energy and really connecting, with our divine self, with God, and grounding ourselves at the same time and opening up that channel and that's so powerful. I have a patient that only came to me a short time ago who is in a process of transition, of passing, has nothing to do with COVID. And all that I'm doing, which they requested at this point, was energy work. And it's that same thing and I saw, her color come back into her face and peace and pain going away, just with opening those channels up, just with making those connections. And the earth connection is as important as a divine. I mean, knowing that we are connected in all those ways. If you look at chakras, our chakras go way above our crown chakra and they go way into the earth. And we make those connections with our practices, with meditation, prayer, with Qigong, whatever that practice, yoga, you can't have good, samasthiti, standing steady and straight, because if you don't connect with the divine and you don't have the posture where the channels are open, that the prana can move through our body, and so I think this is an opportunity for all of us to make those connections, and many people, here I see many people have those connections, but at the level that they're being called to do is different. And me too, I mean, there are days, I mean, I try to do my practice every day, but there are days when, that's why I wore my meditation beads, because I put a lot of energy into them. It's not that I rever an object, but I put an energy in with Medicine Buddha to be able to carry that in me so that I can be a vehicle, so I can help transition that energy to others. And I have a thorough commitment to that. And that's why I'm here, And so I hope that I can always do the best job I can. But as us as individuals, we need to do it for ourselves, our family, and just our health in general, And so that shock wave of COVID, can have a positive, and that's not to negate suffering. People have suffered, and I feel for that, especially in countries where there's been a lot of death, India, Nepal, other parts of the world. Certainly there's been places in the US that have experienced this as well. But that's certainly, I have a dying parent right now. And it's not directly, but indirectly related to COVID. And so I understand that. And someone precious to me that I hope that I can get back, my parents on the other side of the country, that I hope that I could get back to spend some time, my dad. And so I understand that, to some degree. I've had a lot of loss. I lost an infant child in this life that I could not, I couldn't do anything to change that. So, I was sharing that with my family where the patient's transitioning, that sometimes you can't. It's just to be present is all that's needed. So there's that part, but that's part of this process too, that we realize that being present for ourselves, making that connection in ourselves is going to help us no matter what happens. That's the point. It's like we don't always know who's going to die and who's not. That's always the case, you know? And I don't mean to be going on and on here, but I worked a lot with transition when I used to work ventilators, and I worked in emergency medicine for many, many years as a paramedic, but also in hospital. They would call me in. I worked a lot of times. I'd have the charge nurse at the hospital go, "Wait till Kim gets here and we'll take the person off the vent," because the family decided that they were going to let the person pass. And they got to a point where they'd wait for me to come in to do it, because I would counsel the family, look, the person may pass right away, they may not, and let's just be present with them. And one of the most powerful things I ever saw in an ICU was actually a Native American ceremony. I was in Arizona. And so a Navajo medicine man came in, and we had maybe a 25, 30 bed ICU, and we were in a trauma center. And they approved the medicine man to come in, and the family had asked, this Native American family, if they could have him and do a ceremony of passing for the person who was passing. And it was in the evening, and like a lot of ICUs, there wasn't windows. Some of them do have that now, but we were kind of in a basement environment. And here's all these people. I don't think there was any other families in there at the time, because it was pretty late at night. And here came this elder medicine man, Dine Navajo, and he brought his rattles, he brought everything. And the family's in there. I mean, there must have been 20 people in this ICU room. And I was sitting like in the nursing station, just waiting, watching the other ventilators on the screen and just watching what's going on, because I think I had sent up 17 vents to pay attention to. And they had this person was passing, and the energy that occurred by just bringing in this divine energy. It doesn't matter what tradition. In my mind, it's all sacred unity, but in his case, it's like these people believed, and they brought this energy in, and it just changed the entire ICU. We saw the vitals of these patients on the vents who were maybe, not that this person wasn't passing, this person wasn't on a ventilator, the person that was Native American that had the family, but we watched the vitals just shift because this energy came in that was so healing. And even the nurses I was working with was like, wow, this is amazing. Some of them hadn't experienced something like that. So, this is where tradition, is so important, no matter what it is, that connection to the divine, understanding that we're divine, that we have a transition to make. This is as important with death. And so many people in the Western world have never seen death. Like my family that, the family that I'm working with right now, it's like I sat and counseled them yesterday, and I just agreed to pro bono. So I just sat there with them and said, let's talk. And there were extended family members, and we just had a great conversation. And one of the family members worked with elders in hospice, so she kind of had an experience. But so many, even the husband, even though they're very spiritual and they have all these connections, they really hadn't experienced death. And it's so important, because we need to be aware of how precious life is, and I think that's part of this, this situation with COVID. And unfortunately people have to die, but it's you talk to people on farms, people that work with animals, and it's just natural to them. Kids grow up seeing animals die. And I'm not talking about slaughtering animals for food. I'm just talking about people that have like chickens for eggs, or I mean that they're in connection with nature. They see the natural course of nature. Plants die, they transition through nature. And so that's that connection in nature that we need to reconnect with, because we've lost it. A lot of people have lost it on the planet, and it's not lost forever, but death will bring it back, Fortunately, we're not in a war. I mean, there are places that might be experiencing that or on the bridge of that right now. Well, let's not go there. Let's use COVID as an example, to teach us to reconnect. That would be what I would pray for, and get over that, and find, like that, when we give people prescriptions, quote unquote, or concepts or ways to reconnect, that they can empower their immune system to respond to this. And just like my patients, like I said, a lot of them that I work with have comorbidities. They have serious things going on: cancer, Parkinson's, advanced stage issues where their immune system's already compromised. It's one of the reasons I was glad I got COVID, because I was like, what is the virus doing? How can I respond to this? And how can I help people? And, that's a huge thing. Breathing, it's massive, and people are so unconscious. We all become so unconscious, because when we don't make those connections to nature, we forget. And it's not that hard to bring people back to it. But they, I don't want to see people in fear and anxiety, because it's not healthy, and it hurts your immune system. I remember this study, and I don't have a PowerPoint or the study to show you, but many years ago, I remember seeing a study, they were doing, probably 15 years ago, on a pretty good, group of people, how much was stress reducing the immune function. It was massive. Like within a certain period of time of being hit by a stressful event, your immune system dropped over 50%. Sugar does that too, by the way, processed sugar. But the thing is, understanding that, okay, it's good to be vigilant. It's good to have a plan. It's good to, once you get a reaction of fear, to treat that, to work with that, because it will affect your ability to fight anything or to be able to deal with anything. And one of my friends, who's a naturopathic counselor, was a counselor for many years. I always remember Dr. Alice saying, if she's hearing, she probably isn't listening, but she would say, everybody forgets the freeze. There's fight and flight with panic and trauma, but there's freeze. I'm not going to do anything. What do I do? Deer in the headlights, and we don't want to freeze for very long. We want to take action. We want to move towards health. And it's a huge thing right now. And I see a lot of people who are still freezing. Fortunately, they're not my patients, most of them, but I do see that in the community. I see people in a fear state, and I sit there and I pray for them. I try to put energy out that energy can just be dismissed, because it's not supportive. It doesn't mean you don't need to protect yourself. It doesn't mean that you don't need to pray or connect and decide what the best path for you is. I would say half my patients are immunized and half they aren't. And, I'm here to respect whatever their wishes are and give them as much information on that as possible. But I think that's still a personal decision. And the same thing is with health, right? It's the same thing. It's your body, and you have a responsibility to your body, and certainly to the people around you, for sure. But it's that personal connection that needs to be fostered, that needs to be aided, needs to be nurtured, right? That's so precious at this time, and it's the key, really. And certainly, are there supplements? Are there things that can help support people? Of course, that's part of the process. But I think we can't negate the impact emotionally, psychologically, of how this has affected us, all of us. Mine was more like, oh my gosh, I'm one person. How much can I do? There are many healers here, but as it is around the world, people sometimes are very isolated. And this is a place of isolation. Like, people come here to be isolated. So the biggest thing I see is that everybody's independent, and everybody's isolated. How can we work together, right? And, that was it. It's like, how can I carry this? And I made a choice by coming here. I used to have a huge office with multiple staff, and I had 2 doctors and a resident and staff members and all those kinds of things. And coming here, it's like, because I'm teaching more online and doing work on chakra science and other things like that, and lecturing and that sort of thing, I still have a full-time practice, but I shrunk everything down, so that I could be more focused and do it in a different way. And it has its set of challenges, just like people having to work from home, I mean, this is all a new world to a lot of people. And certainly millennials and other people who've been doing this, maybe not so much, but there are a lot of people that have just been called to look at things differently. And I think that there's definitely a very positive thing to that, you know. And how much you get impacted by working from home and you've got 5 kids. I mean, I had a bank situation where I was looking into a loan for my nonprofit situation, and I had the person who's helping me with that ended up being at home because of COVID last year. And all of a sudden, it's like things we were talking about. I mean, his environment totally changed. And he couldn't really do his job the same way. And he had like 25, 30 years experience. And he was like, I'm so sorry, Kim. I forgot to do that. We talked about that. But it's like, yeah, well, it's a totally different environment. And COVID situation, this has created that for us. We're in a different world. And I don't like to say post-COVID world because we're still dealing with it, right? Whether COVID goes away or not. I mean, I certainly hope it does, or it mutates, or the virus finds its own peace, right? Because a virus isn't liking this either. You know, coronavirus is a cold. It doesn't usually kill anyone. And I know we're talking about COVID-19, which looks like it's got SARS involved, but SARS also mutated out, you know? So even Ebola, which is a horrific thing, I mean, it dies out. It takes people with it, but it can't sustain that kind of virility, that kind of intensity for very long. And it's same true with the viruses. I remember one of the Rinpoches here in the Tibetan tradition had put out in his newsletter last year. One of my patients brought it up to me. You know, this virus isn't happy about what's happening either. It's not its natural nature to do this. And that we really need to pray for that, that we can become symbiotic with it, that we can have an environment where it doesn't have to be so deadly and that it has a purpose in the world too. And I thought that was pretty wise. I don't know if a lot of people would connect with that out in the greater world, you know, where they've been impacted in a really horrific way. But there is truth to that, to just see the symbiosis that we have with viruses as well as, you know, all of the environment that we're presented with, you know. And I can't speak from, I've been in mass casualty situations where many people died, you know, where I had to try to save the people that were still alive. I've been in those situations in emergency medicine. I can't say that I've been in this life in a war situation where everybody's dead around me, or I'm in a situation where many people in India where there's just these bodies. And I haven't had that experience in that way, but I can relate to that. And I know that that's a horrific thing to go through. But if it brings us closer to understanding what we need to go through anything, then that's a good thing, you know?
Well, thank you for telling us your amazing journey from going from conventional medicine to more of a holistic approach. You don't meet that many practitioners that have kind of transitioned into doing more of the holistic approach. Can you share a little bit about how can we build up our immune system with what your knowledge is, so that people are in a better position to fight off the COVID-19?
Again, you know, especially if there's medication involved or chronic disease for a long time, really toxicity is a massive thing. And in some ways, it's been negated. And I don't mean about drug medicine per se, but also about environmental medicine. It's been negated because of corporations and a lot of money involved things where they're really lessening the impact. Now we're hearing about climate change. We're hearing about that. And some of that is truth. And I think there's some things that are being manipulated. Not that I don't necessarily believe the climate's not changing. Of course it is. I've worked I work for Greenpeace. I work in the environment long before I was a doctor. I was an herbalist, you know, since I was 14. So I've been certainly, you know, very aware of the environment in that way and what nature needs to be healthy, which a lot of times as humans, we're not really producing that. You know, I thought it was great that your last guest brought up, you know, she brought up that the pollution, you know, can certainly affect our ability to breathe. I mean, I remember landing in Bangkok years ago at 2 a.m. and walking out. This was a number of years ago. It may have improved. I haven't been there since, and just being hit with that wave of pollution. And that was my first time in Asia. So not that I haven't experienced that. I grew up around New York City, so I certainly have experienced car exhaust and pollution. But to get hit with that and understand that people in many parts of the world, really large cities, they're dealing with this every day, and that's really affecting their immune system. It's a real thing. Environmental medicine is a huge part of my practice because when I work with people with autoimmunity issues, with complicated issues, a lot of times there's a toxicity picture. And I think the first thing is to try to reduce your toxicity load as much as possible. And everything that we heard in the last lecture with the doctor was to, say fresh food, organic food, and it's a supply and demand. If we're demanding organic food internationally, there's going to be a lot more organic growers. This has happened in California. You live in California. The demand's there. I remember working with organic growers 25 years ago in Boulder, Colorado. And, we had a little group, upstate New York, where I worked for Cornell University with agricultural studies. And we had our group of organic farmers, but it's such a different level now. And you've got that battle going on with GMOs, and that's a whole nother story. It's going to take up way too much time to discuss that, but those things affect us, and the best that we can do, back to your question, is to try to reduce the toxicity load as much as possible. Sometimes if you want to reheat something like a microwave, that's fine. But when you start cooking things in there, it breaks down proteins. It starts breaking down binding in the food. And so it's much less close to its natural state. Some people, and having worked with people with really deficient immune systems, many medications, reduced digestive, lymph is very toxic in their gut. They can't always handle raw foods. I try to get them to food as medicine as much as possible. Some people can't. They need to eat well-cooked foods. I just had a conversation with a patient and family about a cancer patient about creating congee, which is a traditional rice porridge, and using some carminative herbs, their spices like cinnamon and ginger to help the digestion, because that person is not handling, they're going through a radiation series. They can't handle all raw foods. They usually eat a lot of that. But right now their immune system is under so much duress. So even though the raw foods have all the nutrients, if you find that you can't digest that, going back to really simple organic things like rice, things that are, think about baby food. Okay, things that are easy to digest. And certainly if you have the immune system to be able to build up and using something as close to nature that you can digest, that's important. Making sure that the flora in your body, that the probiotics, that they're there, right? That's huge. And I'm sure we'll find at some point that there are positive viruses that we can cultivate, right? And I think that the energy of having time for a practice of some kind, that could just be contemplation. If you have a spiritual tradition of meditation, you are also increasing that positive reaction in your immune system, because the immune system's alive. It has an intelligence. That's my belief. I've seen it. And I've seen people respond in a way when we energetically support that's as much of it as food or physical medicine. The energetic medicine is as important. And so, I know that when I'm in a stress state and I'm under all this duress and I sit down and I take that time, in the Qigong tradition with healing, and I'm sure this is true in a lot of other traditions, you want to clear your field before you work on someone, because like Reiki, we're transitioning energy through our bodies, and we're a channel to put that into the channels. And being an acupuncturist, a lot of times I'll use Qigong through the channels to open the channels up. And I have to be a clear channel, right? And so, eating fresh foods, some of the herbs, there are many of them out there that can help us, cultivate that. And that can be essential oils. There are flowers like St. John's is a beautiful flower. And Melissa, which is lemon balm, is a beautiful flower. And these are plants that also have antiviral properties. So teas, things to flush your system, things, and I'm not talking about someone who's actively has COVID. I'm not going to, give a protocol here. That's not appropriate. I'm just saying that some of these plants have a symbiotic, and, the flowers are really powerful too. at least in this hemisphere, my daughter lives in Australia in Sydney, so she's in the winter right now. So I always think about that, because I'm always, oh yeah, Meg, it's winter there. And I have some clients in New Zealand, so I always have to kind of flip it. But certainly in the States and in the Northern Hemisphere, we're in the sunny time of the year. And, just look at it microbiotically. I always try to use my plants that way. Even though I'm trained in Chinese medicine and I certainly use Chinese plants and Ayurvedic plants as well, there are family members of plants, many species all over the world. And I try to get in touch with the plants locally because that's our environment. Just like our internal environment, we want. So every time I've taught students about plant medicine, or I work with my patients, what do you resonate with? Just like Dr. Nikita, she was saying, if you feel like you need a cucumber, you need a cucumber. You need the water. You need the electrolytes, right? If you feel like you need the lycopene in a tomato or whatever, it's so true. I think we need to get in touch with our bodies before we can really understand that. Because if we have a lot of toxicity, we lose that connection a little bit because there's something in the way. There's something in a way. I've had patients as they detox get their vision back, get their taste back. And it's amazing to see someone, even in their upper 70s, go, oh my gosh, I haven't tasted food like that. I haven't smelt things. I haven't smelt flowers like that. And they didn't even.
And how are they detoxing?
Well, that's a huge conversation. What I would say, there's lots of ways to detox, and a lot of people I see in the States. I don't know if you're in the States. A lot of people maybe listening aren't. It's different cultures are different. I understand that, but a lot of times we see people say detox is just colon cleanse, and I'm not saying that's not helpful, but it isn't just colon cleanse, right? There are plants, there are things that bind chemicals, right? And I think that most people could handle doing some kind of tea that would be nutritive. Like we have alfalfa that grows here. We're in a valley where they grow alfalfa for feed, things like that. That's very nutritional, has a lot of minerals, had a lot of vitamins, red clover, things like that. Some of the flowers I'm talking about, right? Things that are full dandelion leaf, things that are full of minerals, right? They do have some detoxification to them, and again, I'm not prescribing anything because I don't know people's health that we're talking to. Certainly if you have health conditions or medications, you don't want to start using some of those things. You want to talk to your health practitioner, doctor, whoever, and make sure there's no interactions, right? Because there are interactions. The interactions aren't that the plant is negatively affecting the drug. What the interaction is that if you're taking a drug as a blood thinner, and I work with a lot of people on Coumadin and all the drug thinners because I do a lot of cardiology and things like that, we have to be careful when I give them a prescription, with a plant formula, that I may want them to be getting more of a thinner so they don't have to take as much Coumadin because it's so toxic, right? But they may not be able to go off of that. And so I'm being able to look at their clotting factors, and then I'll work with the other physicians involved and say, look, I'm going to add this. This patient wants this thinner, and we can make it a healthier situation, right? And that's great. But a layperson, you have to look at that. Am I taking things that could cause a problem, right? But generally, some of these plants that have been used traditionally in all kinds of cultures around the world for cleansing, right? Spring cleansers. I know in Europe, they've got all the bitters that help you digest, but they're flushes, right? And it's really getting back to that we look at the seasons, we look at what we're eating. I love tropical fruit. It was nice to eat that in Phoenix, because we could grow avocados, we could grow things like that. But in Colorado, I'm like, okay, I like these fruits, my body likes them, but I'm trying to be that I'm eating them in summer, that they're not growing here, right? We can't grow a mango here very easily unless you have an earthship and you grow it in your house. You might be able to get away with that, but you can't do that at 8,400 feet. I mean, I have trouble growing grapes here. I've had trouble growing certain, berries. I have a pretty good food garden. So I try to be macrobiotic, and that's true with the plants. If you're in a farming community, I've had some patients just to do some light flushing. Work with things like I mentioned, alfalfa or something that grows. One of my Iowa clients, it's like, oh my gosh, we got all this fresh alfalfa. A lot of it's organic. We'll use it as a tea. And she's just starting to detox a little bit. And I said, that's a light way to do that. So traditionally, there's a lot of plants. In India, we've got, plants in Ayurvedic medicine, of course, that have to do with healing. And you can do it in a light way. It doesn't, I've done full panchakarma. I love that. I love that oil baths and the enemas, and I've had that. I've got a dear friend that's an Ayurvedic doctor, and I love doing that kind of work. But not everyone needs to do that at any given time, or it may not be appropriate for them to do that. So I think just reconnecting with some of the plants, some of the things in your environment, healthy foods that could be medicine, right? Which in the summer we can eat a lot of raw. When if we're living in a cold environment, and we need to go in, like the plants, you watch the plants. What do? Are they blooming here in January when we're -10? No, they're all in their root systems if they're going to survive. The leaves are gone, so we need to go inside and we need to use more soups. And that's true with people who have illness too. You want to be able to absorb the medicine. It's massive. And I remember talking to the naturopathic medical students I taught for 10 years in that kind of environment. And it was like, we learn, 400 herbs or something, as well as pharmacy, all that. It's just a lot of information. And I said, just pick a few plants that you can resonate with, things like basil, even that traditionally, including some of, the other basils in the world that help with cognitive functions. They're great for the immune system, and you can be using them as food, as medicine that way. And it's really powerful because when you grow it and then you use it and then you eat it, it's like you've got that full lifestyle connection with the plant. And it's really empowering. It's really empowering because it brings you back to nature. Even if you're in a city, even if you have a little, herb garden in your window, you can't go out and maybe be on the earth like we can here, where I live on 12 acres of land and I have really intense weather, but I can put my feet on the earth in an easier way. Certainly parks, you need to do that. I'm always telling my daughter, like, did you get out and walk? And luckily Sydney has all these parks. She's like, nope, I do it every day, Mom. I'm like on the earth, I'm out there walking. And she lives in the city. She lives in a flat and she's in the city. But she goes to the water, she goes where she can. And I think that's really powerful to make that connection on that level. And you're getting energy. One of my patients who's learning to walk again, who's been paralyzed due to a condition, one of the things during COVID is she always went and we have all these hot springs and pools around here. And it was really easy for her to move and exercise in the water. It was really healing for her nervous system. And when COVID hit, it was a massive challenge because you couldn't do that. Everything closed down. And I said to her, what can we do? We have all these creeks. Can you get with your caregivers to a creek and just sit by the creek and listen to the water and bring that water into your body and connect with the earth? And she opened up a whole nother pathway of healing that she was not aware of. And she thought she lives in this gorgeous place. She's connected to nature. And she said, I don't even know what. And she does plant medicine and she understands the magic of that. But it was like a whole nother level that opened up with COVID for her. And now that things are open here and that she's able to swim again and do all those things, it's like, don't lose that connection to the earth. Don't lose the connection to that creek, because there's life coming down that creek. There's energy coming down that creek. A lot of traditions show waterfalls and creeks because that prana coming from the mountain, that chi coming through, is really powerful and healing. There's a lot of that image of that waterfalls and people feel that rejuvenation. And I know in Qigong, we use some of the energy of rejuvenation, like the waterfall to calm us and bring us into the earth, or a geyser to bring us up, bring our energy up. And even those really simple exercises are really powerful, to move our energy. And that's the thing, again, freeze, right? Emotionally, there's freeze physically, right? Stagnation, we call it, right? And in Chinese medicine, we talk about stagnation is a killer. You've got to get blood to move, and I have a relatively new patient right now, came in with like purple feet, right? They didn't have any obvious cardiac deficiency. They weren't having a abnormal rhythm. Person's like 80 years old, but they aren't really walking a lot. They're not really moving, right? And there was all this stagnation. It was like a time bomb, right? And so it was about getting that movement going, right? Even in a wheelchair, even in someone who's just in the bed. I have someone who can't, not even the wheelchair patient, it's another patient where they're kind of bedridden. And I'm like, is there any way, as we're getting your energy going, where you can, and the person's working with other practitioners, where I'm just kind of working with them, And I said, is there any way in the bed where you can just move your feet, like do a bicycle in space, and giving them movements that they can do, right? So that they're moving the chi. It's important because I've had people where they lost limbs and they have that phantom limb, and we've gotten rid of it. How do we get rid of it? Because the body still has an energetic limb. And so when you start to heal the energetic body, they don't have the pain anymore. It's massive. And so we can't ignore that part of ourselves. And this is an opportunity for us to make that complete connection of our whole selves. And it's part of the healing. It's part of COVID. It's part of everything. What do you need at this time? Do you need retreat? Do you need to get connected with your inner self? Do you need to be more social and do more things for others so that you feel helpful? Because a lot of people feel, again, they're frozen. What do? I don't know what to do. There's a lot to do. There's a massive amount to do.
Yeah, you have such a wealth of knowledge, and there's just so much information. And I'm thinking, well, if I wanted to start, what I hear you say is we have to try and be in connection with our body and our surroundings and see what it is. It's like the world is speaking to us. Like, what is it that we need to be doing? Do we need to be helping people? Do we need to be taking times for ourselves? Do we need to be going out in nature? Do we need to be looking up the fruits and the vegetables in our surroundings and really reconnect with the earth? And that's one of the interesting things that you mentioned at the beginning of your talk. Is you were talking about the antiviral properties. You said that there were herbs out there that had antiviral properties, and you were looking at those to help with flus and COVID and all that kind of stuff. Can you talk a little bit about that? And I know Sharon, also our lovely host here, she also grows a lot of her own fruits and vegetables in her garden also. And can you both kind of share a little bit about the role of plants in the antiviral world? Now, obviously in the Western world, it's a lot of the drugs, and they're looking into, there's different things that we always hear, ivermectin, we hear, all these different drug names that are helping people. How do you feel there's a role for plants in the antiviral world to help?
Well, I'd like to start by saying that when I met Dr. Kim, well, you can see how brilliant she is. And I was amazed I used to get colds a lot, and every year she studies these viruses, and she makes formulas specific for the flu of that year. So she has a cold and flu remedy.
You can't talk about.
Oh, I can't talk about.
Yeah, don't do that.
Anyway, she's helped me tremendously. Her knowledge of plants, her knowledge of herbs, and what she said, I mean, I've been saying this on Healing Our Earth a lot, that we need to teach our children, even if you're in an apartment somewhere, get a tomato plant, get some kind of plant, and have your child nurture that plant and make that connection. Here in Crestone, we really care about these things. We discuss them. We bring all this forth. And so we really want to bring this message out to all of you and to the world. It's go inward, connect, make that connection. Too many, I don't know, the farmers are leaving. Young people need to learn.
Yes, it's huge. Yeah. And I didn't mean to bring negativity into my products. We have some issues going on in the holistic community where there's a lot of politics. I won't get into it, but there's a lot of politics with this epidemic. And some people have had some issues about suggesting products. And the pharmaceutical companies are pretty big in the States. So that's kind of why I really want to empower people to have relationships with the plants, because I really think that beyond that part, Can I get my specific medicine out to everyone on the planet? From an energetic standpoint, that's true. I can do that. From a physical standpoint, maybe not, right? So I'm not adverse to people communicating with me or interested in something that I might be doing. I'm more than happy to share that. But the idea is to educate people so that they can come back to being in touch with nature, and they can grow some of these plants and get them as food, as medicine into their bodies, so that everyone has access to it. I mean, that would be my message right now. And the fact that I can help people learn about that, and that I can have things to work with. So a lot of times what I do, although I do have an herb business, has been in business, 27 years, 28 years this year, that makes medicines. A lot of times when I work with individuals, I design the medicine for them. And the reason I do that, and it may be a powder, it might be amino acids, it might be herbs, it might be like I have a very advanced yoga practitioner who's, teaching people an Iyengar tradition, and she's working on some personal stuff. And so I actually made an aromatherapy blend for heart to open up for her fears and her situation with that. And so, there can be lots of ways to create medicine, but we need to learn to do that for ourselves too. Because if you give yourself that environment of health and you know how to make that connection, it doesn't matter what comes in, you're going to be prepared on some level. Even if someone dies from something, it doesn't matter. We have a better chance of surviving something, right? And if it is our time to go, then we're going to have a beautiful transition, right? To make that connection with life and death, because nature is going through that all the time. And humans do too, even if we want to act like that doesn't happen. Even if someone goes to hospital and we don't, want to be present, I mean, one of the most amazing things that I ever felt was like when I was there holding my baby passing, and some of the neonatology residents came to me afterwards and said, Dr. Kim, like so many parents like don't hold their child through that transition. They have so much fear, you know, and it's so sad to me. I mean, it's a hard thing to do. Believe me, even for me, with working in a hospital, having people pass with me, this is something I couldn't prevent. But you can be prepared. You can make these connections. And as far as the herbs go, which is what I know you're getting at here, you really want to look at the traditions in your area, right? So like if you're in India and you're in a hot, sweaty Mysore or something, and you're in an entirely different environment, you're going to have plants there, Ayurvedically, traditionally, that are going to, work, that have these properties. And there's people that you can consult with or study about where you can find that. So I would suggest that, like in our environment, I talked about some of those flowers. In California, this can be true too, right? Where we have some plants. I was in Arizona, chaparral, which you have to be careful about. Chaparral internally can do a lot of things with your liver. So I'm not telling people they should go out and harvest chaparral. This is where you have to be careful. But there are things like dandelion, some of the flowers like lemon balm and stuff where, you can give that to children. So again, be careful about your health, get information, and sometimes finding and seeking an herbalist, a practitioner, doesn't have to be a doctor necessarily. Sometimes herbalists are way more competent to teach you about local plants. I'm not saying that naturopathic doctors aren't trained in that either. If you have health issues, it's good to seek out someone who has that training to bridge that. But, just getting involved. I know that a local person here who was working with some of the students, some of the children, did a children's retreat to have them out in the woods and like rediscovering the plants. It's like, that's what we need people to do, to make that connection from like you said, from a child, because the kids are getting so disconnected. So many of the millennials are getting disconnected, from the earth and from that part of themselves. And it's scary to me. It's scary to me for them, because that's not health. I don't care how young they are. Now, the beautiful thing is many of them, at least my experience, I'm not saying everyone, is more in touch with what's healthy, which is great. Maybe they're not smoking. Maybe they're not, eating crap. I mean, there's certainly people are eating junk food. So there's some positives, but that disconnect, there's a positiveness to our ability to communicate here. And I'm not putting down the internet in any way or technology, but we need to turn it off too, because it affects our environmental field. I turn off cell phones as much as possible. I tell my clients, can you put it on, tape? I'd really like to be completely out of my clinic at any given time. It's hard to do. right? It's hard to do, but they have waves that affect us, And I have one patient who lives at the top of a big city, and his house overlooks the whole city. He's got this like $1 million views, okay? And he works in physics. He has he does, physicist stuff for the military, he understands wave physics and things like that. And so he started looking in a number of years ago to the effects of the environment. And he had someone come out and test how much his house was getting. And it was insane. Like he was getting the highest readings they've ever seen because he had this amazing view. And so, he was in a position where he could create some protections on his home. He put in some window shields that he could still look through that kind of protected the EMF rays. So there are some things some people have access to. There's some things you don't have access to. So, can you just be in nature a little bit more and give yourself time off from the technology? Because the wavelengths are affecting you. They affect our magnetic field. They affect our emotional body more than we realize because it's more subtle, And we look at chakra science, it's at the surface of our physical body, maybe a few inches away. And so that's why people say, I could feel this thing and I didn't know what it was, because we're getting it before it hits our physical body. And that's part of knowing that these things have positives, but they have to be in balance. It's all about that, And so, sure, we need to make use of this, but I'm going to turn my phone off today and my internet off today, even though my partner probably won't want me to do it, because I need some retreat time before I go into this week where I have a lot of travel and a lot going on. And I want to be present for that. I want to be able to do that to the best of my ability. So I think the education of what's in your environment can lead you to what plants, you know what I'm saying? And really, I would say most plants have some of that because they're in the environment, right? They're experiencing that. Um, and if you're in right now, we've had a ton of water, we've had a ton of rain. It's very, very green here. And we're in a high desert. So there's times when we've been very dry and we've had horrible fires. And we're being blessed with a lot of really beautiful greenery. And so there's different plants blooming that did a year or two ago when it was more of a harsh environment. And so that's something to look at too. Like our bodies need that. When it was more arid and dry and there was fires, there were more of certain plants. And I was trying to pay attention to that. Oh, the mullein is really fierce this year. And the beautiful thing about the mullein plant is that it helps with breathing, right? And we had fires and the mullein flowers are going nuts. It's like a desert plant. Well, some of the plantains and some of the plants that are more about, that are more wet, they weren't so obvious except around the creeks. And so you don't need to have all that knowledge. It's just that you can look at your environment and you can connect with the environment and get the answer you need to be more healthy, even to be around those plants. I would try to take the students. We had a garden that we created in the desert, which was a little bit challenging because we wanted to have some aromatic plants. And I was part of recreating that at the naturopathic school and at Southwest College. So what we did a number of years ago is we had an aromatic garden and we tried to create the best environment so they could see some of those plants. But really the desert would have them if it had a rain, right? But we were trying to cultivate them even when it was dry. And so that's a challenge. But we wanted, I try to take them out and say, let's walk in the garden and feel the plant, not just taste it, not just learn its properties, be with it. But this is true about everything, be with your pain, be with your fear and get rid of it, be with the fear. What are you afraid of? Death? Okay, well then connect with that, learn about that, what are those fears? Talk to someone about that, find something that helps you feel less fearful. Find something that helps you feel safe, because the earth is here and the divine is here to help us do that. We are that. We are all that. We're not just this human thing that's going to die and that's all there is. I don't believe that. I mean, people can if they want, but it's a sad world if you do. So that's just, I just feel that this is our opportunity to see ourselves in a bigger light, and do what we can to promote health in ourselves and others and on the planet as a whole, just like with the environment, and the karmas, or however you want to look at it with the animals. Absolutely. You know, I certainly have patients that eat meat. I'm not here to tell them not to do that. I think that's a personal choice, but they do need to know about livestock farming that's ruining the Amazon or something. I think that's important, you know, or going and getting a flip burger every day, you know, that's not healthy, right? But like the grass-fed cattle, you know, I know farmers that are love those cows, you know, so it's you have to look at everyone. What kind of connection do you have? You know, that's the key, right? And there are certainly people that need to wake up. You know, they're absently eating things that are horrific for the environment and probably not healthy for us as humans, you know. But at the same time, it's a process of waking up. And I think that's what this is. I mean, COVID was a wake-up call. Hello, there's a pandemic. What are you going to do about it? How do you feel? That's a wake-up call, right?
It was quite interesting in the pandemic to see how, you know, we were now like locked up in our houses, and you know, the world kind of was almost healing up. You know, the rivers were clearing up, the environment was cleaning up, and it was like what we were doing to the animals, and now we had a little taste of what it was like just to be confined in our space.
Right, right. That's very true. And I know a lot of people had a lot of problems with that. Not everyone. I saw some people really enjoy it and embellish it, but it certainly created situations like where people were having that experience. And I think that's a great analogy for animals and how we treat other beings on the planet. Because in my understanding and my belief system, you know, that every animal, every rock has a place of holding a dimensional space, and there needs to be sacredness to that. So I absolutely believe that. And that's not to say that someone who holds an animal sacred and feels okay about eating that animal, but has a connection to that process. I'm not here to tell them not to do that. I just think people need to be conscious of it. And that's a great analogy because so many people are unconscious. That's the key. Become present, you know, and seeing so many people who in this area who are, and many of them are, but like believe they're spiritual, believe that they're connected to the environment, that we're living in this gorgeous place that's so much about nature. And then they hit another level and they go, I'm not connected at all. I thought I was so connected, you know. It's like this experience made them realize, like, wow, I've got more work to do, you know.
Yeah, this is a good time for us to actually connect with the earth and with the planet and the surroundings and appreciate. I mean, sometimes I'll go for a walk and I'll just look at some plants and I'm like, wow, just look at the leaves and look at just what's taken for this thing to be there. And then you look on the floor and there's insects and there's just so many beautiful things around us. And sometimes, you know, I hadn't really noticed so much until this pandemic hit because I was so busy with my life. Mm-hmm. And now I actually had some time to appreciate things. And I'm even like the food, starting to really appreciate some of the foods because at the beginning, you know, we didn't know we weren't getting everything. And, you know, we couldn't go to the grocery store. So, you know, there was you had to wait to try and get a food slot for someone to drop food. And, you know, Sonia, you have always looked at food very abundantly, especially in the US, where you've got, you know, anything you want, you just walk into a store and buy it. And it made me realize and appreciate just the nature of where this food was coming from. And just like there was a farmer somewhere making it and then all this effort to get to me. So I really appreciate what you're saying as far as going out in the environment and just really taking in everything, because we have been provided with, and there's probably a lot of herbs out there that you were saying that are really helpful to healing us. And obviously on a talk, on a Zoom call like this, we can't cover all these things, and we, you know, you can't just say to us, go out and eat, you know, this herb and smell this and that. But it gives us this session gives us a little bit of an introduction to that work. Like I was reading the other day that rosemary, the herb, if you smell it, it helps with the brain, and you can actually stimulate the brain and helps with, you know, prevention of some Alzheimer's and dementia because of, and to me that was amazing because I was like, wow, that's a plant that's in the garden that you can so readily get. And even hearing about you talking about the antiviral plants that are out there, that's amazing because it just shows us that there's so much many of it may be undiscovered, things that can actually help heal us. And Sharon, I know that you do, you're very involved with a lot of the herbs and things out there. What do you have any advice or anything that you think is useful for our audience to know about?
For me, it's really about the full system, and also for Dr. Kim. And so I've really more been looking at, the emotional body in particular, the relationship between your thoughts and your emotions and how that affects your whole system. And I know Dr. Kim is very good at speaking to that. We have worked through how many years now, and I feel that I'm getting more and more connected, integrated, I would call that. That's what we call it in our Tibetan. It's where all that you are just comes into a whole new focus. And it's from learning that, well, also from eating well, from living in a wonderful environment, from doing all of our meditative practice, from dancing, from being with you all on Healing Our Earth has been really enlivening for me. And so, herbs play a very strong part in helping you, helping your immune system, helping your emotions.
Yeah, and this kind of came through, and then Sharon kind of touched on it. It's good to look at, like, from an emotional standpoint, the plants. What's the opposite of fear, so to speak? Joy, right? And being in summer right now, we have a lot of flowering plants. And why people get joy from, a bouquet of flowers. There's a real thing there. That energy that flowers have, which are medicine also, whether you eat the flowers or use them as medicine internally, or you're just experiencing the smell, you're just experiencing the joy of seeing the flowers. Like, we have a lot of wildflowers coming up right now, and the need for joy in our life, right? And that, the opposite of fear, to heal you, and there's really a lot of power in that. I mean, I remember being in the dead of summer in Phoenix, and I kind of had an issue with there's this butterfly garden there. And I was like, oh, they're shipping all these butterflies in for this butterfly garden, because they'll do it during the year when it's not. There are butterflies in Arizona in the summer, or spring and stuff, where they come naturally with the plants, and we have beautiful spring there. But they'd be bringing these butterflies in, and creating dome environments. It's not really, what's going on in the desert at any given time, maybe just part of the year. And I had this, like, kind of adverseness to that, like, oh, they're shipping millions of butterflies in. But I had so many patients and children that had this massive experience by going to the butterfly garden, and they have all these flowers in there blooming at any given time, and they experience joy. And so I was like, wow, even if they're recreating this for people to experience joy, it's powerful medicine. And I kind of rethought that a little bit. I thought, well, these people, maybe this is the only way that they're going to have that experience, right? But we need to cultivate that in nature, of course, right? I'm not saying let's build a million domes and forget the planet and just create these false environments. Well, no, there's people that want to do that. It's not a joke. But we want to connect with what's natural in the environment, but because then we're responsible for the environment. See, we just create a dome, the desert could be dying and we got some dome with shipped in stuff. That's not necessarily the answer. But the part about the joy, that people need to have that experience, like with the flowers, is a massive thing. So whatever emotion you're feeling, and the emotions play a big role, because if you didn't personally experience COVID, you definitely experienced the emotional body effects of COVID, because it hit you. It maybe didn't go in your body. Maybe you had someone pass that you cared about. It still affected you emotionally on a very deep level. And so there's still healing to do. And those subtle levels are so important, because in holistic medicine, when we are able to address the subtleties of illness or dis-ease, right? That word dis-ease, lack of ease, lack of relaxing and being present. If we're able to get that illness or that dis-ease addressed before it becomes a physical thing, then the person heals much easier. And that's the whole point of having a healthy environment internally as well as externally with your emotions, because then you're much better to deal with whatever might come at you, right? Whatever, and you can't control all that, right? Obviously, the healthier we make our planets, the more connected we are, then these things don't need to happen. You know, you can look at any tradition of plagues, you know, religious traditions, whatever, and you'll see stories, you know, Bhagavad Gita, everything, you know, you're going to see stories of these things. And there was a reason. And you heard the ancients talking about it. Of course, it's been poo-pooed by science. Well, whatever. I think we need to rediscover that there probably was some truth to that. That when we were out of balance with our environment, there were a million locusts that showed up, you know, locusts and stuff. I mean, there's a truth to that. It's about that imbalance. It's not like, oh, it's not as simple as someone just sent it and you did wrong. You have to understand what that's about. It's like, oh, I'm disconnected. I've been raping the environment, or I'm not supporting that not happening. Do you know what I'm saying? Not all of us are responsible for that. There are certainly people that know they're doing it and they're not doing it with good intention. But those of us that want to, I'm sure everyone on the call has a good intention. They wouldn't be on the call otherwise with any of the speakers. But, you know, that we need to make that connection so that we can be called to whatever our role is. You know, I believe we all came in our higher chakras with an intention to find that path that makes us happy. You know, it makes me happy to teach people about plants. It makes me happy to talk to people about these things because that's part of why I'm here, right? And I'm thankful to do that. You know,
and we're very thankful.
I'm a good talker, I guess, you know.
So we're very,
thank you.
I was going to say, we're very grateful to have you on here to kind of just show us a little insight into that whole world of plant medicine and healing and naturopathic medicine, and something that we can all kind of start looking into and seeing how it can help benefit us and our audience. And I know time just flew by. It's our time has come to an end. In England, everyone's getting ready for the Wimbledon finals and the football finals.
Yeah.
So it's a big thing out there in England, my hometown. So I'm good luck out there. And thank you so much for joining us. And I know we'll have you back on soon so you can kind of share a lot of your wisdom with our audience. And next week, we actually have a Bollywood special on Sunday, which is going to be really fun. You have to join us on that. And that's going to be a lot of singing and songs and fun things. So please make sure you stay connected with us.
More joy, dances.
More joy, exactly. Just like you were saying, we just have to get more joy during this time.
Yeah, right. All the fear, let's just produce more joy. And I know Sharon's a huge part of that. And I have a dance background earlier in my life, not as prolific as Sharon's. We love to go dance together. I mean, one time
that's going to be another session, right?
Yeah, that was great. But it was just so much fun because, you know, it's so important, you know, and I'm still learning that too. You know, it's like, oh, wait a minute. You know, I have to be so focused and I have concerns like everyone else, especially with I take it seriously, my responsibility to my patients and energetically, but I got to build more joy for sure. So Bollywood, that sounds great.
So that's next Sunday. Make sure you join us for that. And, you know, we can all have some fun. And that just reminds us, fun doesn't have to be in crowds with a lot of people. We can still be doing fun things online with our friends and family, with our amazing Healing Our Earth team. We have such a wonderful team of people in the background, and all of us are volunteers just trying to make a difference in the world, trying to help spread joy. Also to tell our viewers that we're here for you, no matter what you're going through, a difficult time, or if you just want to spread some joy with us, please be involved with us. Join us on Sundays. You know, we've been going on for a whole year now, and we'll continue to go on. And we have wonderful guests like today, like you saw from Dr. Nangita to Sharon to Dr. Kim and so many others in the morning. And I'd like to personally say thank you again to both of you. And I'd like to say thank you to our wonderful team out there that helped put this show on, Neil Kumar also. And also our viewers, thank you for being there. And we are here for you. And this is a global namaste, and enjoy the football and next week it is Bollywood time, so it's going to be fun. So
we did that at the same time.
So stay safe, everybody.